Okay. Hi, friends. Let's see. I think we've got volume. Welcome to a midnight chill stream. I just saw something marvelous and decided to alert you guys to it. Looks like a rainstorm. Maybe coming for the Tunnel 5 fire. How marvelous would that be, huh? So I don't know how many people will show up. I figure I'd do a wildfire roundup. And this is a good comparison test. This headset versus the last one, versus the JBL Quantum 800s. This is the Bayo Play Bang & Olufsen, supposedly $500 deluxe headset that I hate. The one that keeps turning itself off in the middle of me talking unless I have something coming into the ear cups, that one. It's pretty irritating, but we'll see. We'll do a sound quality comparison here. Now, because the next few days are some of the busiest in my life, I don't know how present I'm going to be unless, there's like, say, a crisis. But I've got everything from dental appointments to meeting people, to Zoom meetings, to a trial, basically. I'm suing the daylights out of somebody. It's like a pre-trial hearing mediation thing. I'm really not going to be too available. So I want to do a quick wildfire roundup and let you guys know that, and also express my gratitude. Thank you so much, everybody who has donated. You have kept us alive. I know now that I can go live next month too, but please keep the donations coming. Anything you could spare, because it's still pretty tight with being able to make absolutely no extra money during the winter, during my horrific illness where the virus attacked my kidneys. I'm still in a bad way. So everybody who has contributed, you are supremely appreciated. I just want to get that out there. I still want to do a grand thank you stream. Hey Nick, how you doing? Glad to see you. I still want to do an official thank you stream where I list people's names, at least their first names. And I have so many people to thank that the list isn't complete yet. So just give me some time on that. I did clear my bunch of the room back there to rearrange all the furniture to try to get a better streaming setup. But hopefully it can be a lot more pro. Until I've rearranged the room and done some minor remodeling here, I can't set up the microphone stand and use the super microphone. Anyway, how have you been, Nick? I also have to go get a little bit of food here in a second. I want to show you guys the current radar. We've got some wet headed straight for the Tunnel 5 fire, and it's starting to overlap. We also had a couple of lightning strikes, which are very concerning, actually. I do have live lightning strikes here, I believe, so that if any of them happen, they should make a snapping sound and they should alert us. But it looks wet. At least it's a wet lightning kind of storm. So let me make sure. Do we have lightning? Lightning. Bueller. And we've got the wildfires on. But why isn't the Tunnel 5 showing up? We got the wildfire layer on, huh? So maybe the red flag warning, which is this big pink area, is on top of it. I'm not sure. Maybe it's obscuring it. But yeah, lightning is on. So we should see a snap and like a little lightning bolt. And if you are photosensitive to seizures, that's a warning. That it even has a warning right here that it could cause seizures. But that would be in like a crazy Texas storm where it would constantly make the screen flash. If it gets bad, I will just turn that off. So yeah, over here at Klickitat, in Washington, north of the Dalles, we've got some red, like meaning torrential rain, and you see the lightning that just started. You could see the lightning bolts. So this, I don't know how long this radar loop is. I think it's probably more like, here's the clock up there. It starts out at what, 9 p.m. or something? ends at 11:45. So yeah, 10 p.m. to 11:45. Right now it's just a couple of minutes to midnight. Let me go back and look at chat. Hey, Kangaroo Island, welcome back. Hello from South Australia. A big storm on the weekend knocked out power for many after trees burned in the 2020 wildfires. Yeah, fell over on all the power lines. Good luck with your health, etc. Thank you. Thanks for being here. I figure 41 South to Tasmania will maybe show up too, and maybe some people in England, like maybe Shaz. Yeah, your bushfires were insane in 2020 as well. I remember listening to a bunch of them, especially on the Gold Coast, and they had to make horrible choices between neighborhoods. Like there was a literal fork in the road, and firefighters on the scene said, "Look, we can see homes burning to the south. The fire's coming up from the south." And dispatch and says, "Don't go to the south. Let them burn." And they're like, "What?" And he says, we've already surveyed those homes, and they're not prepped well enough for fire to save them." And the crew goes, but, and he said, "Just save what you can. You have to focus on saving what you can." And that kind of stuff is so hard, but what can you do? At least Australia is in the southern hemisphere, so our winter is your summer. So at least we can help you sometimes, We've got like a mutual aid country thing. It's one of those beautiful things. And unfortunately, we lost a 737 fire plane in the outback, probably just to pilot error. But at least we can help each other. I'm glad there were no fatalities. So okay, looking at the storm passed over Mount Hood, which is just to the south. We are getting at least significant light rain. The blue is the lightest stuff, and the green is decent. Like say a drizzle. I would love to see the yellow and the red stuff, but the red stuff is associated with lightning, so you got a double-edged sword there. So what I would imagine is, I don't know what the surface winds are like. We could try to get our webcam back and try to look at the Tunnel 5 fire. Over the last few days, I was busy yesterday at the, remind you this is before midnight that I'm saying yesterday, on the 8th, I should say. I spent all day, all night in prep and all day doing the exercise at Aurora Airport, which is a small airport south of Portland. And we did a very successful exercise in anticipation of the big Cascadia subduction zone quake. So we have it's a very new group called ODART, Oregon DART, Disaster Airlift Response Team. And while we did have some growing pains and of course some natural difficulties, we tried to simulate it like if pilots would be taking food from far inland and trying to get it to the coast. Aurora would be like your in-between, like a staging ground where we had tons of pilots come mostly from Walla Walla and drop off food at Aurora. They also dropped some off at Bend, and Walla Walla is in Washington, by the way. And they dropped it off at Bend, and then they also dropped some off at Albany, which is pretty close to Aurora, and Salem. And then pilots were to ferry that stuff to coastal communities that need it. So we split the activity into 2 days, where the day one was get the ham radio operators in contact with each other. So ham radio operators had a weird little challenge where we just had that solar storm. So all the solar flares that are going off right now made it a little bit more difficult to contact people close by and way easier to contact people really far away. It was pretty interesting. So they were getting responses from all over the country that they normally wouldn't, like Illinois. Like, whoa, we're trying to talk to Walla Walla, Eastern Washington, and Illinois was like, oh, sorry. It was pretty interesting. Yeah, Kangaroo Island TV says we lost the Colson C-130 near Canberra. Yeah, God, all the crew killed. Yeah, that was awful. And then the Australian 737 tanker crashed in Washington a couple months ago. Wait, in Washington? Did I not know about that one? We lost a 737 in Washington months ago. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Nick says it's dry down here in Myrtle Creek, but a chilly wind. Same thing in Portland. There's a little bit of a chill breeze, not too much of a breeze. You could see the wind pattern here, like the little moving dots. It's barely moving, so I think it's mostly upper atmosphere that this south wind is pushing the storm kind of rapidly to the north. But we're kind of in a little loop. I don't know how to rewind it, but let's zoom out so you can kind of see much of the west coast here. Oh, Western Australia. Oh, I thought you meant Washington. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was about 6 months ago, I believe. I think I heard about that and I wanted to go live to cover it. So it was during your guys' last fire season. And it was probably pilot error. Blanco Lirio did on the Blanco Lirio channel, I should say, Juan Brown did a special on that, and he figured that it was a controlled flight into terrain scenario where they just either were focused on the fire too much or thought that they could pull up a little bit quicker than they could. And I found out that there's kind of a common problem with firefighting pilots that are carrying a load of retardant, especially. It can have their aircraft react in two ways. It can have a slow climb because they're fully loaded, and they can have a really rapid climb once they've made their drop. And so if they have a moment's lapse of attention, just for a moment, forget that they're either half loaded or fully loaded, they can get way too close to the ground and pull back on the yoke and expect that swift, rocketing climb and be like, oh, right, the weight is still there. So it could be the smallest of mistakes. Hey, Cheryl, how are you? We may have rain hitting the Tunnel 5 fire, which is great. So I'm just watching the radar thing. I don't know how often it updates. What we've got here is Portland, and you have Mount Hood is this white dot here, the snowy Mount Hood. And I was worried that some of it might even snow, on Mount Hood. Some of it might get squeezed out on Mount Hood and fall as snow. We do have heat down here from this fire, the Alder. Is that called the Alder fire? I'll check on that in a second. But it's just campgrounds. I think it's called the Alder Creek fire, are just being evacuated because this is kind of the middle of nowhere. East of the Cascades, you don't have too many communities, period. And this ruins people's vacations and such, but I don't think it's a huge concern. And I was hoping that this place where the hot spots are for that fire would get a little bit of rain too. But we have completely different wind direction rolling off Mount Hood. Just south of Mount Hood, like say Government Camp, the wind is out of the west. Well, northwest, blowing to the southeast. But you go north of Mount Hood, and you got a completely different wind direction. You got a southwest wind blowing to the northeast, but it curves right around the Columbia and just kind of goes due east. We love that because the west wind out here by the Tunnel 5 fire, which is right here, just like if I zoom in, it's right here where it says 14 here on the SR 14. This is exactly where its location is. I hope you can see my cursor right here. This is a steep cliff area where it raced right to the top, and I think if I had to guess which homes were destroyed, they must have been at the top of this bluff right here, because there just wouldn't have been enough time to get to them and save them. So if you see this green band, it's going right over it. Now, if there is a west wind, it's going to blow the fire back on itself, consume even more of its own fuel, which it will run out of eventually. Now let's look back at the chat. I had to close that window. Jill says you're doing good. Good. We've had a few more fire evacuations. I posted on Facebook and Twitter. They didn't stop the post this time. Good. Why the heck would they do that? that's what really shook me about Twitter. Is it used to be one of the best ways to get quick information out to the public, and all of the um, all of the sheriff's office used to put stuff on Twitter. But ever since the snafu with the whole most of them being laid off and well, you know, the drama, channels looking official and not being official. Last time I logged in, it says, do you want to register to be your official channel? I'm like, can't anybody do that? Like, what's the value of that? Like, they had these fake accounts that passed the official what do you call that, verification thing. Yeah. So you know what? I'm gonna make a coffee for myself. I'm trying to reset my schedule, so I'm gonna be awake all night. And I figured I would do a roundup of the fires here, but Cheryl says EO 18 laws in Canada upset meta. There's drama. Okay, I'm not sure what that means, but yeah, something about Facebook and Twitter. Not sure if they can make money anymore in Canada. Isn't that the way it went? There is a little bit of a real argument. I think that law is a little bit overboard. You do need to be able to track people in order to provide them services, especially like even something like wildfire tracking. But hey, Broken Fish, how you doing? Guys, I want to make it clear to the mods, there's no current emergency, knock on wood. This is a lazy chill stream, a roundup of the fires where I'll just kind of one by one look at them and read their current status. This is what I'm just delighted that we might be seeing rain going on the Tunnel 5 especially. Perhaps even at the Alder Creek going down by Mount Hood. Thanks so much for that evacuation link. Remember all the lovely tabs I had last time? Well, they're gone. I accidentally closed my Edge browser and did not save the tabs into like a thing. Whoopsie. So we'll have to dig up those. You know what? I'll look in the description of my old video to dig up the resources, like where the webcams were. It just occurred to me. My own stream's got the links. I'll just open up right now, actually. We go to my own channel, go to my last stream. In fact, my current one. Gotta mute myself right there and pause it. So, it's so weird whenever I see myself on YouTube. It's so weird. Okay. So where's open the description of my own video? Wow. Okay, so Klickitat County. Yeah, here's one of those Gorge webcams. So let me arrange this before I switch windows because it'll just make people car sick. Okay, so we got that first webcam up. The Hood River to White Salmon Bridge. Okay, that webcam is live. I see 0 of the fire. I think it is still aiming the wrong way, which is so. Whoa, I'm seeing lightning, guys. I'm seeing lightning though on this webcam. Okay, let me switch to view right now so you can see that too. Pretty much I just have to hide my radar and resize. There we go. So I just saw some lightning right back there, like on the right side. This is a live view of looking a little bit, unfortunately, to the northeast of where the fire is, but it is Hood River looking to Washington. Yeah, see that lightning? Ooh. So if I cross-reference that with, say, my radar right now, I should start seeing lightning strikes. Yeah, now the radar is looping just to midnight. It's now 11 minutes after. So on the next loop, we'll probably see a bunch of little lightning strikes. Seems like it's about 10 minutes behind, but it's totally fine. Okay, friends. All right. So now Skyline Health Webcam, the one that gave us all those wonderful time lapses. It always does the last 24 hours, I think, as far as I can tell. Actually, this starts at the 8th. Yeah, right before midnight. So now we're at 4:25 in the morning yesterday, which is the 9th. It's now the 10th because it's just after midnight. So this is looking west from the Washington side. And you can see that that is looking like wildfire smoke. But it also looks like clouds in a way. Sometimes white little clouds can form on the Columbia. As I was driving back towards Portland yesterday from the Salem area, where Aurora Airport is, I could see kind of up over the distance, over by Mount Hood, I could see a plume of smoke that looked like a nice peachy cloud. And then I could see the Tunnel 5 fire just to the west of Mount Hood, but on the Washington side, of course, with a large mushroom cloud looking kind of a thing. But the mushroom cloud didn't go high into the atmosphere. It was just sort of peeking over Mount Hood. I think that's actually mostly clouds. It's a bit white to be the wildfire smoke. And the fire is, it's possible. I really can't tell, actually. It did produce a little bit of smoke yesterday because they had some wind fanning up. I kept checking watch duty. Now, this is now 11 in the morning, and the time lapse of, well, yesterday, because it's now after midnight, the 9th. So, yeah, very little wildfire smoke. Just checking this time lapse. I really wish it was higher resolution. Okay, coming up on 1:30 p.m. These live cameras give us such an awesome view. I found out that they used to have a lot of live webcams for the Forest Service all over the West, national forests. And so I was really hoping those would still exist. Apparently they're not. I found an old blog post from like 2019 or something like that, or 2017, I can't remember, explaining, we need a letter writing campaign to save our webcams in the woods. Yeah, that would be helpful for tracking fires, that's for sure. Hey, there goes the Columbia River sternwheeler. I think that's the correct ship. It's the only big and tall one like that. If you guys want me to ride on it and live stream best I can, I'll do that. Just insert coin into the PayPal slot, and I'll totally live stream that. I wonder if they do cruises like overnight or it's just day stuff. Used to be based out of Cascade Locks, but it was up in the air, like where it would go, if it would be at Astoria or remain at Cascade Locks. But Cascade Locks and all of these towns are still suffering from the devastation of the Eagle Creek fire of 2017. Like they economically have not rebounded. There's just dead trees everywhere where there used to be a nice forest. Okay, we're coming up on 8:30 of, yesterday. Look at that lovely sunset. 9:15. Like I said, we're basically looking due west. Oh, before the sunset ended, it flipped into infrared. This is 10 p.m. the same night, 10:30. There's an airplane that went by, another airplane. 11 o'clock. And that's where the time lapse ended at our pretty current view. So we can't see the fire. It was kind of around a corner anyway and kind of distant, but I'm liking how there's very little smoke. So if we look back at my radar, let's see if the loop has updated. Yeah, it goes until 5 minutes after midnight. We definitely got some rain on this fire, friends. At least a little bit. At least a little bit. Funny how it's just west of the river and white salmon's, mostly dry. But SR14 is now open on the Washington side, but I believe it's still reduced to local traffic. If I check watch duty on my own right here, I'll give you an official, like semi-official, official update. Yeah, the Tunnel 5 fire had an update 42 minutes ago with watch duty. So the entire area that had been under mandatory evacuation and others has now been reduced to level 1, which is be ready to go at a moment's notice. Since yesterday, which would have been the 8th, gusty winds contributed to increased fire activity within the interior of the perimeter. They can do that all at once inside the perimeter. And so that's what caused the kind of mushroomy looking clouds that didn't really get too tall yesterday that I saw from Salem. So it led to visible smoke production. Yeah, we saw that on the time-lapse. Fire is now 559 acres with 35% containment. And for the complete daily update, visit their Facebook page, blah, blah, blah. So that was the last update as of 42 minutes ago, is that I guess that all evacuation orders were lifted. I guess that's what the update was, because what I just read was 1:45 on the 8th. So I think we have to go to different sources, because that's containment that I just read from the 8th was 35%. Now it's saying, I think maybe they just updated containment. It's 65%, friends. And now they're getting rain on it. Just awesome. So let's zoom out and see if it's going at all, if any rain is reaching the Alder Creek fire. I think I got it. I think that fruit fly is bitten to dust. Okay. One shot, one kill. Okay. So there's the hot spots. Oh, right. Yeah, I have to zoom out enough to see Mount Hood. So right here is where the Alder Creek fire is. We got at least a little bit of a drizzle on it. Yeah, like it went boop. Unfortunately, there's been a bit more lightning in the area, so I hope nothing new has lit, but I'm sure Watch Duty will tell us about it. So let me read the report for, excuse me, is this called the Boulder Fire? Did I screw up my fire names? I'm sorry that's the Boulder Fire. Which one is the Alder Creek? Excuse me, Alder Creek is significantly southeast, which we will get to in a minute. Excuse me, friends. I'm going to make that coffee. You know what? So I don't screw up anymore. So, yeah, do put your questions and comments in chat. And I'll talk to you as I mosey on over there. Where did I put my chat? There we go. Hey, now, NorCal Niner, how you doing? And thanks everybody who's being with us. And Cheryl says, yeah, do you have any new fires, Cheryl, or are the existing ones just kind of spreading? Because I imagine this storm that's pregnant with lightning is going to be hitting Canada. It's moving pretty rapidly towards Canada. It's now, established the southern part of Washington. I imagine it's getting close to the border eventually. Broken Fish as the lightning map shows strikes north of the Columbia River now. Okay. Yeah, let me zoom out a little bit so we can get kind of a better idea. The other fire that we've got is the Alder Creek. That is this little red spot, I believe. Let me double check that, but I'm not going to do too well unless I refill some coffee here. Okay, the Boulder Fire is due south of the Tunnel Fire, southeast of Mount Hood. The Alder Creek is south of Pendleton, I want to say. Hermiston. It's slightly west of Hermiston and then south. So Hermiston is right here. You go here and then you go south. It's not that close to Madras or Prineville. That's got to be something else. Let me see what the heck is over by Madras or Prineville. That's called the 0428 PV fire, which it says on watch duty, all of its updates are being provided by Wildcat, which sounds like some sort of a mapping software database. Watch duty reporters are not actively monitoring it. So, but it's got a bell with a line through it. Maybe that means not monitored. Okay, what's the legend? Let me look at the legend. Bell with a line through it. That's just whether or not. Oh, it says silent incident. An incident that we are monitoring but is not considered a threat at this time, so notifications are not sent for it. There you have it. So it's not really prescribed, but it's not considered threat. Okay. All right, time for me to go get that coffee. But, you know, it's sort of by John Day. I don't know why the Alder Creek fire is not on this map. Oh, that's a lot of lightning. Whoa. It's going over to Trout Lake and Glenwood and Mount Adams. And that's torrential rain by Trout Lake. Woo, yeehaw. So if we zoom out, all the pink stuff here is where we're in red flag warning. You don't want this lightning in the red flag stuff. So I'm hoping we don't get a new fire, but it's possible as it heads towards Yakima. That's really, if you see this clear delineation line, friends, you see where all the little volcanoes are. That's in the middle of the Cascade mountain range, which is generally wet. But all the water that comes in off the Pacific storms gets squeezed out on that range, and usually results as just a bunch of dry storms. That's why Eastern Oregon and Washington's a high desert, right? They don't get a lot of rain, and that's where this red flag stuff is. It means wind and dryness. We don't want to see lightning anywhere there. So over here near Trout Lake and Glenwood, there's a little bit of a dry, scrubby forest. It's not high elevation by any means, but if this stuff goes north, see, it's going to run straight into the east side of the Cascade and starting to get to the high desert by Yakima. We could have some really bad, fast-moving, sagebrushy, fire on the plains kind of stuff. So let's go get some coffee. Maybe it's good that we're on watch tonight because we could get some action. But don't think that you are obligated to be here, Buds. I'm really happy that you are. But I was hoping to just maybe be live for 1 to 2 hours and then actually do some paperwork. Now, I do, on the 11th, want to be helping everybody shop Amazon Prime Day, because that would be a great fundraiser for the stream. Because, it's like you get crazy 75% off deals all day, all the time that Amazon Prime Day is going. I should probably have some pizza, too. I got some leftover pizza. Let's see if it's soggy or not. Should I have coffee with pizza? That's kind of that doesn't really go together. You know what? I'm gonna have a Monster Energy drink. That'll go with pizza a lot better. Or should I have a miniature Pepsi with real sugar and switch to coffee afterwards, after I've eaten my pizza? So I'm kind of hankering for a coffee. Choices. It's not like I can actually make a choice where I'm already low blood sugar. It's like this is hard mode choice right now. I have to try to anticipate. Because say I drink it, am I enjoying it with this flavor and that flavor? I got a picture in my head. Would I be enjoying that? Well, we gotta check on the stats with the pizza first. Oh, it's mushy. Oh, I'm not gonna mention this at all. So hard to figure out when you should put the pizza in the bag. It's really there's a fine line between drying the pizza out on the countertop and then putting it away too early, and then its condensation ruins it. God, you know, first world problems. But you know what? I gotta show you guys this thing. Maybe I can show this to you in the webcam. If anybody's shopping with me on Amazon Prime Day, which is technically 2 days, the 11th and the 12th, maybe we should go live tomorrow at midnight, right? This thing is the bee's knees. Maybe I can show some of the products I own. You know, C-Probe came over to cook for me, you know, during my medical nightmare. And, well, he used my Wi-Fi all the time, too. So he and my mom would take turns cooking for me. I could barely get out of bed. I couldn't even microwave stuff. He goes, "Oh, honey," and he took one look at my bespattered microwave, which was dirty as hell from like curry stuff exploding in there. Gatorade, yeah. That's good. That's a good suggestion. He goes, "There's a solution. You don't know about the covers?" And I said, "What cover?" He goes, my microwave, I almost never clean it because it never gets dirty." And I said, "Really? You tell?" You know? And he goes, it's a plastic version of like the waiter's, you know, thing. Is they give you room service, the thing that goes over your plate, you know, the platter and the lid for the platter. So it's microwavable, safe, BPA free, blah 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 blah, right? It's got small little holes. Honestly, I think it could do with a few more holes in the rim to let some of the steam out. But this is a splatter cover. You just put this over it puts over a regular dinner sized plate. And I was like, do I want to be spending $20 or whatever to get 2 of these? The answer is yes, friends. Unequivocal, holy hell, yes. I haven't cleaned my microwave since last summer. It hasn't needed it. And it does build up a little bit of steam, like if you're going to steam your vegetables and stuff. So all you got to do, wow, we have 72 people who have viewed the stream. Huh? I have to get sustenance, and I'll be right back on Fire Watch here. Good news, guys, if you just tuned in. Looks like we got rain on the Tunnel 5 fire, perhaps on the Boulder fire. We do not seem to have it on the Alder Creek fire. And unfortunately, it's pregnant with lightning, and it's headed towards Yakima. So that's red flag territory. So fingers crossed, right? So if any product that you want at all on Amazon Prime Day, you give me a link, I will do my magic. I've got this little link generator that puts a code associated with my account in it. And so it's the same price, same product, but I get a little percentage. And I think the percentage varies as to how much people buy. So I think the more people that participate and buy something after following my link, you only have to follow it once for the whole rest of your shopping session. Anything you put in your cart, I believe, probably gives me the credit. It's like a referral link, right? So it's called a referral program. And I can put some of my favorite things. Like I have like a little store. I just haven't put products in the store yet, where I've actually tested them and used them, and I can vouch for them. And I was hoping that, you know, we can make this fun one day, and maybe I can buy some fire-related stuff like fire blankets and test them at home, you know, under firefighter supervision. Now that's a lot of lightning. Ooh. You never know from Portland here that there's any kind of storm happening. It's just kind of a cool dampness, slightly breezy. But let me go and heat up pizza and try to make a decision. And I think I'll put coffee on anyway. Hell, I'm doing coffee and pizza. I just made that decision. It's coffee and pizza, friends. That's what we're doing. But I'm really hoping this will be a new way of making money for the stream. I could use a warm beverage. Now, I love my coffee maker too, I swear to God, if I set up cameras in the kitchen, I think people would buy this coffee maker. It's made by Ninja, and you could tell a man designed this thing because it's black. Come on, please. Dang it. I don't want to be sexist, but women still rule the kitchen for the most part. We don't want black appliances. What the hell are you guys thinking? Just honestly. Like, did you ever actually consult with women at all during the making of, like, the last 30 years of products for the kitchen? Did you poll women and they said, oh yeah, I just love that horrible black plastic look. It's just so wonderful. My God. It's the most depressing stuff. It's cheap. Black plastic is cheap, but it's also kind of being associated with health problems, that it might be the next BPA, you know what I mean? So A, concerning for things like a coffee maker, but until we get more, you know, until the jury comes in, I don't think black plastic in a coffee maker is really going to matter, like, say, black plastic in microwave food trays. I think if you microwave acidic stuff, like, say, an Italian dish, okay, I'm filling up my cup with half and half. 1/4 of my coffee cup has half and half. Putting that in the microwave for 30 seconds. This thing, this microwave, this Ninja coffee maker has a milk frother on, like, a little arm that pops out the side. And I never wanted to have a milk frother because I never wanted to clean one, but it's dishwasher safe. So you just rinse the milk off of it for day use all day, and then you put it in the dishwasher at night. I have never enjoyed coffee so much. It's just like I got like a hybrid espresso thing. Stupid. And why on earth do microwaves make beeping sounds? Like, did you ever poll women who are primarily in the kitchen, right, and say, oh yeah, I love that horrible high-pitched beeping sound you can never turn off? Why don't you make a little musical chime? You know, something pleasant. Whatever. I just need to take over the world, friends. I mean, the world is wrong. But I've got this frothy milk now, so I just frothed it half of the cup is now with hot frothy milk. So I've taken the carafe out, and it has a pull down ledge that supports just a single coffee cup, and if you flip it up, it can accommodate like a full-size travel mug thing. It's got like different. You pull this dial, and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different sizes. Like half a carafe, full carafe, extra large travel mug, regular tall travel mug, extra large coffee cup, and then like down to espresso coffee cup size amount of coffee. It does over ice, cold brew. I haven't even tried the cold brew thing. And you can pull out this little thingy that has the basket, and you pull out the coffee one, and it's got a tea one. I haven't even tried making tea, but it does tea, and it's just marvelous. So, okay, let's see, let's do 3 scoops. I'm going to need strong coffee right now. Okay. So I just put in 3 tiny scoops of coffee because I'm just doing an espresso, half a regular coffee cup amount, right? So I'm just against the whole Keurig thing. I had one, I just gave it to my mom. I loved how convenient stuff it was. I'm against the waste, the pod waste, and the incredible jacked up coffee price with the Keurig pods. Now, what I found products for that too, where I stopped buying the pods. I just couldn't justify it. The pods can't be recycled. Plastic stuff. I found a really cool scoop and a reusable pod thing where the scoop doesn't allow you to even spill the coffee. Okay, coffee's brewing, guys. Okay, now let's get that pizza slice. Okay, so I just put the lid thing on there. I'm hitting it, express, tap it for 30 seconds. Oh yeah, the coffee's making there. Now it's big, ugly, and black, but they've got a slightly less big and ugly model. But what it does, this Ninja Coffee Maker thing, is just incredible. Like, I'm not one of those people that wakes up and says, I have to have coffee. You know, I'll take an energy drink, or I'll even have a morning Pepsi with, like, say, a morning sliced pizza or something, right? It's rekindled, like, a love of coffee. I'm not restricted to the pod stuff. I can go get the gourmet stuff. Right now, ironically, the most gourmet that I've found, Safeway's medium roast. It's amazing. Like, I took the lid off. Oh my God, it was great. Just that potent, rich smell. I'm usually a dark roast chick, but that was incredible stuff. Okay, food. We got the food. Hey, David, trifecta. Your new name is David Trifecta because I can never remember how I'm supposed to say that. Haha, take over product reviews. I hate digital microwave ovens. I have an analog twist dial that you bought at a yard sale. Oh man, those old school ones are so collectible because they actually worked and functioned in a different way than the other stuff. They were so amazing. My uncle lived in Oroville, and he keeps dodging the wildfire bullet again and again and again in Oroville. They bragged about their original microwave that came with their kitchen, and it had like that. It had a pull down, like an oven door sort of thing. I even filmed it, and I said, "This thing ever breaks down, like I need it, and I will try to fix it." Well, it broke down. They threw it out, and I went, "Oh God, no! You have no idea how valuable that was." Or you have no idea how valuable that was. It had tinted smoky glass and like a pull down oven door and then manual dials and brass bells inside. Oh my God. Randy Boucher said, this is a waste of time. No one cares about your coffee. Yeah, but you have to talk. Yeah, the tunnel fire is not breaking news. Exactly. Did you read the headline that says fire roundup? Anyway, but thanks for your feedback. You have to constantly talk because most people are actually just listening to the stream. And the moment I say, hey, I'm back in 10 minutes, and there's 10 minutes of silence, I come back and I've lost like 25% of everyone. It sucks. Like, I don't want to go walking around the room just babbling about stuff, but I make it fun. Okay. Oh, yeah. So I've come over to the coffee. And let's see, tap here. I tend to have a daily wildfire stream. It tends to go 24/7, and a lot of people may not know that. Like, I'm not streaming very often anymore because of the recent, well, health trials. I need to get some more sugar here. But we are the 24/7 resource normally. If there's any sort of, gigantic mega fire crisis thing happening. So the fact that there's even any pauses in between broadcasts, or if somebody has the expectation, I'm going to go live whenever like S hits the fan and that's it. It's always going to be exciting. Not really. A lot of downtime. There's a lot of waiting in between updates and blah, blah, blah. You just have to find a topic, any topic to talk about. It can't always be fires either, otherwise we'll just all go insane. It's so damn depressing. So we do have mods from around the world who will moderate during the nighttime, and any time that I actually have to sleep, which is usually not much during the summertime days. Anytime I actually have to sleep, they are here to take over, and I will just let it run 24/7. Or I try to drag myself out of bed every 12 hours to reset the stream, because YouTube doesn't save any stream that goes over 12 hours. So I will cut it in half, like set my alarm, wake up, restart it, go back to bed sometimes. Because believe it or not, I can sleep well past 12 hours. It's a weird thing. As long as I stay awake and I do the deal with my body thing, the self-hypnosis, blah, 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 so that you can stay awake and sharp and have energy for well beyond when you're supposed to. The deal with the body is I will give you as much rest as you require once, say, being awake for 2 or 3 days has ended. And in order to keep pulling off this trick, you have to keep your end of the bargain. Otherwise, it won't pull through for you. Say, hey, body, I've got to be awake. I got to be sharp, awake, give me energy, and then I'll collapse. I'll give you all the nutritious food you want and all the rest that you want. Deal? It'll make that deal with you. You just have to tell your subconscious that it's important. Usually, it responds if you say critically important, like life or death. Thankfully, your subconscious is a big dumb animal. It'll believe you every time. Not even understand, but you gotta make that clear. You can even sound stupid and say it out loud, but it's always listening to what you're saying. Okay, taste testing the amount of sugar I got in the coffee. These are another small mountain. Stir, stir, stir. God, frothed milk on top of coffee is just the best thing ever. It's half and half. Ah, yeah. So what my body does is it cashes in those chips, and if I've been awake for 24 hours, I can damn near sleep for 24 hours. I slept for 25 the other day. That's because I was kept up by a stomach flu. So when people are like, wait, you sleep beyond 12 hours? Yeah. Yeah, I do. If I pulled off some sort of a feat. And then in 2020 and in 2021, I was awake for 4 days sometimes. There was no break. It just, I'd be exhausted. But as soon as I'd be like, okay, friends, looks like another fire would break out. What the hell do you do? People were like, hey, you gotta go to sleep. I'm like, yeah, I know that. But like, even if I went into the bedroom, I gotta lay down, knowing that a new fire just broke out and people are in danger. Like, how the hell? So has the San Miguel fire grown? We'll take a look at that. Maybe pop a few pieces of pizza in my mouth here. Maybe a soggy mess. I don't know if this is salvageable. Do we have any more lightning? East of that's Mount Adams. What I don't want to see it is ahead of the storm or behind it, where there's no rain behind it. Eastern Oregon and Eastern Washington, not that I've really been to Eastern Washington, has terrifying weather. It's no country for old men. I went camping there in June, and I will never camp in June. It was too cold and too hot in June. Froze to death all night with my breath freezing in the tent. Hands shaking, trying to make coffee in the morning around the campfire. By 2 o'clock and by 10 or noon-ish, I'd be peeling off the layers because the sun would just come out and just be blazing hot. And by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, just dying of heat because it was like 112. It's just like you go from freezing to 112 day to night, day to night. It's just so extreme. And then the storms hit, and they come out of nowhere. But these Pacific storms will just roll in from the Pacific, or something will come up from the south, from like Nevada. All of a sudden, the sky just darkens. Clouds just roll in a million miles an hour. You've got maybe 15 minutes to try to prepare, try to take down your tent better, or, well, seek shelter would be my better piece of advice. Before these massive winds just come up to kind of rip tents from their stakes, they kind of just shake your car and looks like your car might topple over. Trees start bending like fishing poles. The thunder is so incredibly loud you can't hear anything. You can't scream above it. And then all of a sudden, just so many lightning flashes. You see it all over the 360 because you're on a flat land in a desert, right? And you see wildfires just start here, start there, some close to you, some far away. Then the wind hits, all the grass lays down flat. Debris is like thrown at your tent, and you just cower and spread eagle on it, just praying to God that some of the limbs don't rip off the trees above you because you're stupid enough to camp below pine trees, you know. You got this fight or flight instinct. Should I like go lay down face down because oh my God, this tree we camped under could be hit by lightning. Other trees nearby being hit by lightning. You're hearing them shatter and stuff and creak. Massive limbs are just breaking off, being thrown to the ground. Oh my God, those fires are growing bigger on the plains. You know, the grass fires are going. All of a sudden, torrential rain. All of a sudden, your tent starts floating because the ground can't absorb it. So there's like, say, a couple of inches of just flowing groundwater, just randomly, you know, going down the hill. Everything that you thought was dry, like all of your previously dry stacked up firewood, is not. Everything is drenched. You see that all the wildfires that have just been sparked in the distance are now being rained out. And just like that, it's over. You've just survived like a wild storm coming in for an hour or two, and that's it. It's over. It's peaceful. Birds come back out. Everything's chirping, and you're going, oh my God. And you're just surveying the damage. You know, you got broken limbs all over your car, and cracked, you know, maybe hail has just cracked the windshield. You know, your tent's in shreds and everything, and your fire's out, and oh, okay, I'm gonna. I don't care how much that hotel costs. We're going to it. But that's the way Eastern Oregon is. And so if you see this stuff, you know, we see these little lightning strikes and this red bands of rain. The people underneath that are going through that kind of hell. It is no country for old men. Hey, Mark, how you doing? Yeah, you must know about this stuff being in Nevada and stuff. But you know, I was like, oh yeah, it's Eastern Oregon. How bad could it be? Holy crap! Holy crap! David says June was freezing at Lake Tahoe. Yeah, on the summer solstice, we had snow on Mount Hood. It was freezing cold on the summer solstice. I was sitting here with my desk heater going. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's just the beginning of my camping nightmare. That was fun. Oh, I showed up with a tent and all these guys in RVs. You know, it was a big extravaganza, a big history thing. They go tents. Like, you brought tents? Me and my newbie city slicker friend were going, tents. And the worried townsfolk were like, you mean like a wooden floor and like canvas, like a wall tent? And we're like, no, man, that'd be. Well, are we buffering? We got good stream health, as far as I can tell. You might want to hit the little gear and go down to 720p or even lower. We shouldn't be buffering. I'm not getting any indication from YouTube. So, okay. Cheryl says, try that one. Let me know if links are working. Okay. So, Dave, Trifecta says, I finally broke down and got a real espresso machine and love it. Yeah, we used to have one of those, and cleaning it was just awful. Yeah, this is what El Nino does, is we have drier and hotter Pacific Northwest, like Oregon to Washington. And then you have wetter and cooler California and Southwest. And that means a lot of storms too. So now I understand like the jolly nature of Holt Hanley. You know, we call him Hanley the Kid. And he's enthusiastic and optimistic about California's fire season due to the fact that there's more moisture, there's more vegetation. It's going to have more moisture in it. It hasn't been cooked dry for 3 years in a row like last time, like with the 3 years of La Nina. And I just have to caution everybody and say, look, we have so many trees that are dead. They are not recovering any moisture. Wherever the fires have been the last several years, if you're next to all those dead trees, there is no moisture recovery. In fact, they're drier every single year. Rain isn't going to keep a wet log soaked more than a week before it dries out in the California sun. You know, I mean, it could be a little bit more moist after a week, say it's shaded or something like that. But really, just think about lightning storms and stuff hitting. The older burn scars where they've had 2 to 3 years of, say, brush growth at the base. If it starts the brush on fire, then you have wildfires that are way worse than the first one. If you can wrap your head around this, yes, I'm saying there will be a Dixie fire too, way worse than the first one. There's going to be a Caldor fire number 2, way worse than the first one, because this time the tree trunks will burn instead of just the limbs. If you can believe it, the Dixie and the Caldor, those are just the limbs burning off of those trees. The trunks are still full of water because the trees were alive. There's the brush and the limbs burning. So it only takes about 3 years, maybe on the 4th, for the brush to grow back, and then you have a landscape primed for a worse fire because the trunks are going to burn. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, broken fish. You got a link first? Yeah, I've got a Discord, but it's private for right now because I think that we should probably go with Microsoft Teams for this stream. Yeah. Yeah. So let's see back here. Do we have a new fire or something? What are we looking at? Cheryl says 13 of them are deemed a potential threat to people or highly visible, including one south of Fort James. This is in Canada, one southwest of Quesnel, or is it Quesnel? Another by Fort St. John. Yeah, Canada's just being pummeled. So, looking back at things. Yeah, but most of the pioneers, when they gave away the free land, the 40 acres, you know, which was the Donation Claim Land Act of, I think it was 1840. Homeless in America, hi from Everett. Hey, what's up? I hope you're not homeless, but that sounds like a very interesting channel that you have. I've been looking into things like stealth urban camping and stuff. How's Everett going? As soon as I can get a little bit more blood sugar in me by eating a little bit more of this pizza, we're going to do a wildfire roundup and talk about the current status. Right now, we've got a double-edged sword. All this pink area is red flag, but we do have a wet lightning storm rolling in and raining on at least 2 of our fires, the Boulder and the Tunnel 5. We're going to check in on the Alder Creek, which is in Central Oregon, check in on the McEwen and whatnot, what might be affecting Washington. So if you guys want instant information like, hey, I need to go to bed, what is the status of X fire? Just tell me right now, and I'll just quickly get to it. I already read the watch duty updates. We now have a 65% containment on the Tunnel 5, which is awesome. It's totally awesome. The McEwen is in more of a wrap-up mode, from what people have been telling me on, through text messages and stuff. Like Smitty does awesome reports. Now, Broken Fish. I'm glad that you're familiar with Discord. And anybody, this is a big question for anybody. If you're familiar with either Microsoft Teams, Slack, Discord, all those similar things, it's like a big chat. Imagine this chat now that's in YouTube, but everybody who gets a basic verification is not a bot, right? Could type in whatever they wanted. It's independent from YouTube, and there's no anti-free speech crap going on there, right? As long as we don't do politics and crap like that, except take shots at Newsom all you want, that's fine, because he's protecting PG&E. Any other politician that does. Other than that, as long as it's generally fire related, and we can have a little corner that's for non-fire related chat. As long as people are not being rude and tearing each other apart, they can discuss other topics. The idea would be this. The value of this is so a local could just snap pictures off their cell phone and go upload it. And then we would have a separate little room for each of the different fires, because a lot of people just don't want to hear about the others. They're like, how's this relevant to me, right? So I can put all of the links. We wouldn't run any out of room like I do in the descriptions of videos. And other people can put links for fire information. So it would say, Tunnel 5 fire here. It would say Alder Creek fire here. We would have a whole section for California, section for Washington, section for Oregon, blah, blah, blah. And heck, we can make it for Washington too, or Canada too, even though I don't actively cover that very much. Oh, you've got a Discord? Okay, let me, I'll get in touch with you with my private one. And then later we'll discuss stuff. I think Discord's perfect for all this. And I've been using it for years, right? But the interface is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. It varies. It's confusing as hell on Windows, and it varies in between the Android app, the iPhone app, the Mac desktop experience, and the Windows experience. All look different. If somebody says, hey, how do I post a picture? I have no idea. I'm like, yeah, I can tell you how to do that on Windows and Android, generally. But, and depending on how people resize it, it's just so unintuitive that if you don't use it every single damn day, you'd have to relearn every day how to even go into a private room and be able to talk in it. And people would be able to talk like voice, like I'm talking to you. I would be able to have guests on the show. I'd be like, here's the room for live talking with me, and we're on YouTube. We can be talking to firefighters, anybody right now, anybody who just wanted to be a guest and just start talking. Discord's great for that. However, I've looked at the audience, right? People that live in the mountains and in the hills who have the luxury of doing that are retirees, or the elderly for the most part. And they may have really crappy internet and just not spend much of their time on the internet like somebody in the city does. They would find it extremely difficult to use Discord. Broken Fish says, I have Wildfire Information Channel, text and voice. Awesome, man. I used to have Thursday night movie night with my friends during COVID. And so we would watch something like, for example, Lonesome Dove or Sopranos or something, right? And Discord allows you to, if you have a small audience, you can all watch YouTube together or whatever at the same time. Netflix, they allow it. And I would broadcast my screen live, queue up Netflix and have it. It was so difficult to even give instructions to my friends who use this every single Thursday. They would say, okay, I'm talking to you, but how do I watch your screen? And I'm like, well, look on the left side and see where it says live. And they go, no, I don't have left side of my screen right now. And I realized they had pressed a button. And so they had like full screened themselves or something, right? They try to describe for me what windows they have open. Because if you press this or that button, it changes the look of everything. So they, without seeing their screen, I couldn't give them instructions on how to just simply view the dang movie I was showing. And I would have to recreate, like press random buttons on my own Discord to try to see what their view is now, to try to give them instructions to get out of that stupid view. It's mind-bogglingly, insanely confusing. It doesn't say anything like, here's your home screen and here's your friend's home page. It just has weird little icons that have nothing to do with anything. And even if you mouse over them, it doesn't tell you crap. So it's hard to even see your own friends list. So we need something a hell of a lot more simple. So the thing is that Discord is free for most things, but it's too hard to use. It would have completely destroyed Zoom and Skype. Nobody would have ever have used those if they had just had an easier interface. It has instant noise cancellation, unless if somebody's dog is barking in the background, you can sort of hear it, but you just can't hear ordinary noise in the background. Like, it has automatic noise suppression. It's just amazing. David Trifecta says, Fire Topo shows a yellow dot near Hunter Liggett. Highway 101. Hunter Liggett. Where the heck is that? What state? David, weren't you a mod once? Do you want to be a mod again? We rotate mods every once in a while, but what I'm trying to say, long roundabout, is Discord does everything technically we need it to do, and for free. However, it's too confusing. So Slack would cost money per month. So would Microsoft Teams. But if they are superior, then we should use those. I'm hoping I'll talk to somebody who's used it all and can tell me the pros and cons. So now this is awful soggy pizza, man. Ugh. Well. Okay. Let's take a look then. So what website are you on, David? You're saying it's Fire Topo? I haven't heard of that. That'd be awesome. This is Cal Topo that I got open. Tried and true Cal Topo. I tend to have my base layer be TF Outdoors. Second layer, shaded relief. Third layer, global imagery, so we can go to satellites. Shaded relief really brings the terrain to life. Scroll down. Got fire activity. So, let's see, Highway 101 on the coast by Hunter Liggett. Where the heck is that? Fort Hunter. Huh, okay. Let's peel back the shaded imagery. Now, San Antonio River, huh? California's so big, I haven't even heard of many parts of it, and I grew up there. South of Monterey. Oh, yeah. So Yeah, there was a fire there today. I was monitoring watch duty, blah, blah, what was it called? Going down. See, it's already of least concern. It was called the Vineyard Fire, right off of 101. 335 acres. The last update was 2 hours ago. Let's see if we don't have a fire perimeter because it was just active today. If we go to all satellites, yeah, I'm pretty baffled that that heat signature isn't way bigger considering it got to 335 acres. It was on the cams and everybody was watching it. So, like 7 hours ago, it was kind of burning in a little strip. And we could just open watch duty, actually. Let's just open watch duty. Watch duty. All right. Here's our web browser. Might as well just show y'all. It's southeast of Salinas, north of San Luis Obispo on 101, where 101 goes inland from the coast. Like it's way too cliffy. I mean, Highway 1 still hugs the coast, but it's super cliffy, you know. Let's see, Vineyard Fire, just east of the Salinas River. Click on that. And 6 hours ago, looks like it was looking way better on the cams. This is its kind of meandering signature that's rural foothills type such. So it must have been started next to Vineyard Road. They named fires based off of the nearest road. This is how bad it looked 8 hours ago, you know, on the cams. Make sure that looks good. So the updates, latest on that. It's now 335 acres. Forward progress was stopped. Cool. That was 2 hours ago. Update around 11:15 p.m. Firefighters will remain on scene throughout the night and into tomorrow to ensure all the hot spots have cool. Sweet. So that's technically by San Miguel. I like the way Watch Duty has a nice, concise key, you know, like if it has a bell with a line through it, that means it's not that concerning. So notifications generally aren't sent for that thing. With those that are gray and orange, look at the legend, are an active incident, but they're over 50% contained. Something at 75 has an even smaller little yellow dot in there. Then the gray ones are inactive or contained incidences, right? So I never really appreciated having a key like that. And of course, the bigger fires are bigger flames until I saw this mess. And you can't really tell much of anything because they all look the same, right? This is the same. This is a fire. This is a fire. This is a fire. Well, which ones are done deals, you know? So I Watch Duty continues to be the example of excellence. Now, half the features of Watch Duty I suggested before they implemented them. So either great minds think alike, and they've just got some stellar people thinking along the same lines who just see the same problems with the existing tools and decided to do that. Or they listen to me, which either way I'm delighted. I don't care. The next thing I want to see in Watch Duty is when you click on a region or click on a fire, so you have acres and containment, I want to see current humidity, current wind, speed, and direction, and forecast. Like, what is the current temperature and just a mini forecast for the next 24 hours? That would be amazing, right? And maybe just an arrow, like say next to the humidity, an arrow like humidity will increase, which is a great thing, or a down arrow, humidity will decrease, right? Same thing for the temperature. That'd be incredible. I also think we need a different layer. We need the terrain layer, not the street map and satellite. We need the terrain. Because if you look at some Google Map or whatever, like you say open up Google Maps and go to layers, this tells the story of the terrain you're looking at. And that tells you about Portland right there, right? And right now, it's just the satellite or like street, right? Street default, satellite, default, satellite. No. Terrain. Like pull up, terrain. So with when Watch Duty gets that stuff, that'll be great. The last thing they need is for anybody to be able to at least submit some information. It was on the app before, and even if they're not, say, somebody who watches fires and they don't have, say, reporter credentials or street cred with the people at the app, there's no replacing boots on the ground, like people filming out of their backyards. They should be able to submit the photographs, whatever. If they don't have enough people to look at that, then there should be a way to jingle the pockets of, say, us normal people who do monitor fires, and we should be able to help moderate that and decide what should go up as an update. But anybody should just be able to submit a photo or some information. Right now, there's massive confusion on how to even do that. So, yeah, go back. It's also in the area of the Rancho San Antonio de Padua mission. Padua? I don't even know how to say that. Yeah, this is mission country. Like, San Francisco was one of the furthest north missions. But if you go from San Francisco down to San Diego, and well, even into Baja California, the Spanish started founding missions in the 1500s. And the Spanish were there in the 1500s. America wasn't there till the 1800s, mid to late, because we didn't even have the Louisiana Purchase, right? We're just 13 colonies on the east side. But Spain started a worldwide network of trade, which enriched them, where the Spanish, what do you call that? The treasure galleons didn't have to go back and forth between Spain. They just went in one direction around the world. And that's the way to make maximum profit off of shipping. If you do your trade stuff correctly, and you bring something from one part of the world to another where they need it, and you just keep doing that, you can make 7,000% profit per stop. That's where the origin of the term "my ship" came in. Yeah, it may take 5 years for your ship to circumnavigate the globe or something, but when your ship finally comes in and it made 7,000% profit on each stop, oh yeah. Broken Fish says there's now a lot of lightning around Yakima. That's what we're worried about. This is the live look at Hood River, near where the Town 5 fire is. And maybe we should have been observing that a little bit more, but that's right, we have it on my radar. Okay, let's go look at the lightning. What we don't want to see is a lot of lightning near Yakima because it's in red flag. As long as the lightning is within the boundary of the rain, it's a lot less likely to take off into a big wildfire. But if the rain just pours and goes away real quickly because this is a fast-moving storm, what if the lightning hits a snag? A snag is a standing dead tree, like a big one. That's a nightmare because the snag can be on fire. It can be burning the wood in the center, or depending on how old and how dead the thing is. A tree that's dead can be on fire invisibly for weeks or even months, just as the fire, especially if it's choked of oxygen, it's just burning in between the heartwood and the bark, that little magical space. When a tree dies, the bark separates away from the heartwood. And it's a little cavity. So if the fire gets up in those little spaces, you can walk right next to it as a hiker. You can, in fact, sit right down next to that tree and have a picnic. No idea that the tree is on fire. I was so skeptical when I heard about that. I was like, how the hell could somebody sit next to a tree on fire and not even know? But that is the crazy nature of such a thing. I was at a friend's house, and I was, in fact, taking a break from the 2021 fires. I was like, I've been awake for 2 days, man. I've been awake for 2 days. I don't want to hear anything about fires. And I went to his house. I was just chilling, and he's cooking food for me. And he's going, you poor little thing. And I was, whining and moaning about Dixie Fire or something. All of a sudden, I hear the sound of air brakes. When air brakes, that sounds like a fire truck. I open the window. There's a fire truck, dude. And I looked at Pulse Point, and it said that there was a vegetation fire in his apartment complex. And I went, what? Surely not, and weird things happen to me, right? The perfect pair for night owls. Everything's better with Pepsi. Yes. I'm going to click on that ad. They're like a night owl special. Come on. Oh, yeah, you block Origin. Yeah, proceed. That's okay. Oh, yeah, my blocker. There's unlock Apple Music or something. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm distractible. I'm gonna have to figure out some more food. This pizza is too, it's inedible. But anyway, back to the story. Let me go get stream up here. Yeah, broken fish. If it's light rain, fire can still overcome that. So, oh yeah, watch duty is the bee's knees. It used to be confined to California, but now they're trying to add the other states. So you don't get the same level of attention to the fires of California because the established people who've used watch duty as it was in beta for like a whole year, like CA Fire Scanner and those wonderful people that are constantly on Twitter and, monitoring the scanner radio, those people are always watching over California, but they're going to need more recruits for Oregon, Washington, anywhere else. Anyway, back to the story. I said vegetation fire in your complex. What vegetation out here could possibly be on fire? So I figured it was a mistake, that it was, say, a kitchen fire, or like somebody had a barbecue get out of control and it was their back deck and maybe the tree overhanging a back deck. They had wooden decks at this complex. So I walked outside towards the fire trucks, and I assumed they're in the wrong place. So I said, buddy, maybe you should go tell the fire trucks they're in the wrong place because I don't see nothing, And so the firefighters were milling around, and there was a lady that they were talking to, and then a whole bunch of people came out in their pajamas and stuff because this was like after 9 at night. And they were trying to explain the fire and to the lady and the fire chief and the fireman. So I assumed, okay, maybe they extinguished it already. Whatever supposedly happened. It seemed like the building right in front of me had the fire. And so I decided to just take a general picture of firefighters speaking to people, in front of their domicile. It's just it had a good photographic aspect to it, right? And then I was going to politely wait and then ask my questions, like, so what happened here? Barbecue? So I take 2 steps to the left, right next to this willow tree that was on its last legs. I mean, it had a huge chunk of missing bark in the front of it and like a little bit of hollow where its heartwood had rotted out by the roots. But the north side of this willow was perfectly fine. Just the south side of it, just the bark was removed and starting to rot, So I walked next to that tree and I got to take a picture of that building. All of a sudden, the firefighters are shouting at me, get away from that tree. That one, And they're like, yeah, get away from it. So I take steps back the other way. I look at this tree. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not leaning, alive and well. It's green. It's perfectly fine. I can't remember what month this was. Maybe it's July or something. August. I don't know. Hey, Morris. Hi. How am I doing? Fancy meeting you here. I haven't seen you in so long. So glad you're here. So it's all of a sudden a firefighter shows up next to the willow tree with a huge axe. I was able to film a slight amount before the lady turned out to be the complex manager, and she was not a happy person. I'll just say that. Kind of like, it's about as happy as somebody who had poked a wasp nest or something, just high strung. No filming. This is private property. No filming. And I could have said, lady, shut up, because it's totally legal to film first responders. You can't violate my rights. This was actually good teaching material. Like, I would love to be playing this video for you right now and explaining this is how a tree can be on fire in an invisible manner. This is perfect training material, but I stopped filming because I didn't want my friend to get in trouble with his landlord, right? So here comes a fireman with a fire axe, walks up to this tree, and something hilarious happens right after this. He gives it one chop. Giant red ember sparks just flew out of the tree. Could not be more surprised, as Chevy Chase said in Christmas Vacation, if I woke up with my head sewn to the carpet. This is a completely normal looking tree. I was right next to it. I have the olfactory senses of a fox or a bear, right? I can smell everything. Smelled no smoke, nothing. Absolutely nothing, being right next to it. I was completely astonished. So the fire was in smoldering mode, where only it was burning right in between the heartwood and the bark. Now, only with exposure to the air would flames actually happen. It's like a cigarette, right? So it had been burning all day. And only at night did somebody at some point see that it was on fire, right? Actually, not all day. It had been burning since sunset. Now, somebody had witnessed something at sunset, and they were talking to the fire crew over there. So I was straining my right ear to try to listen and overhear that over this, straining over the sound of this very loud fire truck. So the fireman starts hacking away at the tree, just stripping the bark off the southern side of the tree. And every time he made a wedge, opened up that space bigger, more and more embers just flew out of there, and then finally an actual flame developed. And what he was trying to do was open this space up enough so that when they put water on it, it would actually do something. So here comes the guy with the hose, right? And he goes and shouts some sort of a warning. Well, the guy with the axe is not done. He wants to fully peel the bark away, right? And I'm just jaw dropped, mouth open. I still cannot believe this tree was on fire, and I had no idea. Standing right next to it. Now there's smoke, now there's flames, and now they're licking up the side, ready to, get the branches up on fire. So the guy with the hose shouts a warning. The guy with the axe doesn't do anything. Well, the guy with the hose hoses him down, scorch him. The guy with the axe gives him the look like, I am about to murder you, son. Just like a newbie thinking that he's irritated and he wants to use his hose. So he thinks he's just going to spray for a second, this older teammate, right? And I'm like, oh no. The fire chief immediately turns around and goes, hey, break it up. Because he's lifting that axe and shaking it like, son, don't you do that again. The fire chief goes, hey, and he calls the name of the guy with the hose and goes, do I have to explain to you the lack of wisdom that you just exercised in spraying somebody who is holding an axe? But anyway, that's my story. Trees can be on fire. You can have no idea. So the problem with this, and hey, Shaz, glad you can make it. The problem with this lightning going off, even if there is a little bit of rain, is that say it strikes a snag, and these snags, some of the most dangerous things on the landscape. You don't want them. You need a few on a landscape for, like, woodpeckers to get a meal and for maybe the occasional eagle nest or something, but you don't want many on the landscape. A snag can start burning and burn for a week, 2 weeks, a month. And then the next time a major windstorm comes up, that smoldering fire will just very, very slowly eat its way in between the bark and the heartwood. And if it finds an oxygen source, like gets to where a limb used to be, where it made like a hole, it can just explode in a flame, just either reaching the new oxygen, or if the wind pushes it apart, fans it up from the bottom. A dead tree is like a chimney. If the wind comes down by the roots and goes up, up to the heartwood or in that gap between the bark, and then finds oxygen at the top, then that's when you're going to have pieces of flaming wood just break off in the wind and start spotting everywhere, all over the landscape. So even if we're like, oh boy, a fire didn't start tonight, that doesn't mean one isn't going. In the future with firefighting, if we want to fix all these problems, is everywhere that we detect lightning, we need to have a surveillance drone go and check it out. It has to flip into night vision and infrared and a couple of different heat detection modes, and it has to give really crystal clear 4K or better video back to the rangers or whoever's watching this stuff. And this is why I think we should put our lookout towers back on the landscape, is we can launch a lot of drones from them. Right now, it's we're limited by battery power. When fuel cells take over, drones are going to have so much larger range, it's not even going to be funny. But we need to look at every tree with some FLIR to verify they're not on fire. If you just identify snags that are like this, we're going to have so fewer out of control crazy fires. You won't believe it. So yeah, I'm so happy to see you, Shaz. I figured a lot of the Australian types and the English types would show up too. So I'm so happy to see you, Morris. How have you been, and where have you been? I haven't seen you in any of these streams. Could you tell your mods I'm not a troll? Yeah, you're on the do not ban list. Morris is one of the original 10 people who ever came on my stream. Super supportive. He's awesome. I can't remember where you're at. Are you in Utah? I can't remember. Jen says, I'm watching reports on the East Coast. I tend to hitch a ride on the jet streams. I'm hoping it's shifted enough the smoke doesn't reach you. Yeah. We've been pretty lucky out here in the West. We haven't really gotten any. So it doesn't mean we won't. But that's what the jet stream does right now. It's mainly pushing it to the East Coast. So Cheryl is saying that Vancouver, British Columbia, BC, has 303 fires alone. Yeah. El Nino continues to bake Canada in a big oven. But all this pink on this map shows is red flag conditions, meaning very dry, not very humid, and significant wind gusts. We just watched this storm come in from southern Oregon. And even though it may be raining on the Hood River's Tunnel 5 fire, which would be awesome, look at the amount of lightning. I was hoping it wouldn't veer over towards Yakima, but it is. This is the high deserts of eastern Washington. And it's going to head for Canada too. It's very pregnant with lightning. So a fire that would be out here by Yakima would be the tumbling tumbleweed fire on the prairie type stuff. This is the east side, the eastern high desert, east of the Cascades. They're a big mountain range, but it's the high desert on the east portion. So we're going to do a wildfire roundup, but I need to have some sort of snack. This pizza didn't. It turned too much in the fridge, so we gotta get some alternative food here. This is kind of like a dinner. I think I slept in until about 2:30 in the afternoon. But did you see my video, Shads, about organ dart? Me and C-Probe dragged me into this organ dart thing. We were part of a successful practice run of volunteer pilots from all over Washington, Oregon, and even a couple from California that got a bunch of food aid real this time, not like empty packages as a drill. Brought it from Walla Walla, Washington to the Aurora Airport, which is just south of Portland, the Albany one, which is just south of Portland too, and Bend, Oregon, which is actually just east of Mount Hood, southeast of Mount Hood. So we successfully had all of the planes land and whatnot, deliver the food goods. We reloaded a couple, and then the second part of the exercise was today. Well, it's after midnight now, but the ninth. And they flew this food to the coast in preparation for the big Cascadia quake, like the massive giant thing. You saw? Sweet. So I'd been awake all night, didn't get a wink of sleep. I had to be on the ground over there. I had to leave real early to get there by 7. So, God, it was a bit of a drive. We did have 2 aircraft that we briefly lost contact with. It was a little bit concerning. One of the aircraft had left one of our small planes. These are like Cessnas, like 172s and 182s for the most part, even though a couple of people showed up in Cadillac planes that they rented, like Cirruses and stuff like that. But we lost contact with 2. One had just left LeGrand Airport, and then LeGrand Airport had a crash. As far as I can tell, I looked for it on the news today, but it seemed like a crash of either takeoff or landing, or a warbird, they said, maybe a World War II plane went off the runway. And I don't think it was serious. I don't know that there's any news reports, but briefly we were worried that maybe one of ours had a crash. But they're aloft already, and so they made it back to Bend. But we were trying to keep track of all the planes with ham radio only, and like no texting back and forth, no cell phone calls, because in a big quake we may not have any of that functional. So the ham radio operators were having fun because of this major solar storm. They were contacting Ohio and stuff on accident, because the solar storm made it easier to talk to people far away. So some of them picked up Alaska, like without trying, on pretty shortwave frequencies. Don't ask me about that. I don't know about ham radio, but because we weren't using text, they were set up in a fire. I think Clackamas Fire District had like a small trailer, enough for like 4 guys sitting comfortably at like kind of makeshift desks. So they had a couple of computers. They had some ham, radios, a big antenna. And we had a joint exercise with the Civil Air Patrol. The Civil Air Patrol guys were there, helping to unload. I got some video of that. And I was over at the hangar, being the bridge between the cargo master, who was greeting the pilots and unloading and loading the cargo. Jim, who is the head honcho of the operation, on top of the whiteboard, keeping track of the status of the planes, because we have like 10 of them in the air at any given time. And then the ham radio operator guys were out in the middle of the field, right? So since we were trying not to text anybody, all of a sudden I'm the runner. And I had to go to the ham castle, is what I called it, the trailer out there, in the July heat, jog over there to give them a message and come back, because we didn't have enough hand radios, like handheld radios, like walkie-talkies between us. So I said, guys, I think that in the future, what we should do is semaphore, like on the Beatles' Help album, how they put their hands up and spell help. You can do that with flags. I was like, we could just do the flag. It's like a Morse code with flags, out to the ham castle, because they're out there past the taxiway. Like, it's dangerous to trot out there. You could be hit by a plane, And the guys in the tower must have, developed a facial tic, because I kept crossing the taxiway back and forth all the time. And they just don't want that. They just don't want people doing that, But I was the gopher, and I'm like, how did I get in this mess? But overall, it was a really good exercise. We're getting good feedback, even on the video. Right now, we can't parachute goods out, but if we get access to different kinds of planes, like the kind that skydivers use, we might be able to parachute goods out onto the beaches. That would be the most clear area that I think that we could deliver food and medical aid to the coast, maybe on the beach. So anyway, I know that you're going to do your own live stream soon. Where are you going to go, Shaz? Is it going to be a come rock with me thing? You guys should go to Shaz73's channel. She's so soothing and nice. She walks around and like picks up rocks and fossils and stuff. And in northern England, she goes to Hadrian's Wall and goes to these really sweet places that are ancient. And just really cool, really, really cool. So Morris says centrifugal forces put the next Tuskegee event to be approximately January 21st, 2060. I'll put that on my calendar. Yeah. So if I ever figure out who banned you, you know, I don't know. But I'm glad you got unbanned. Okay, let's do wildfire roundup time. Let's go back to. We'll look back. My radar should be updated every 10 minutes. This is our, Pepsi, unlock this stuff. Okay, watch duty. I was looking at this thing called the Lucky Fire, and it was in Nevada. So our last update on that one is rural Nevada, like, never heard of any of these places, right? Middle of nowhere, east side of the Sierra Nevadas. Okay, southwest of Hawthorne, wherever the heck that is in Nevada. They said firefighters increased containment to 70%. That was 5 hours ago. With the acreage now returned to be 157. Fire personnel continue to mop up and will search for any remaining hot spots. This evening, personnel remain on scene to monitor it. Sweet. Now, I don't know if they've had any rain down there. I would imagine not. Looking at Oregon, there's something east of Medford. It's called the Buck Fire. Acreage 1.2 acres. Updated 7 hours ago. Not actively being monitored by watch duty. So that's just, 1 acre. That could be somebody's backyard, literally. Now, the deal next to Mount Hood, the Boulder Fire, which just did get a little bit of rain on it, is mostly just threatening campgrounds. So we got our last official update here was 9 hours ago, like 4 o'clock on the 8th, 4 p.m. 250 acres. We don't have any containment. I wonder if it has an InsaWeb, because I think we should find out about it. Mount Hood National Forest says that fire is burning in a heavily forested area on steep slopes. 4 engines, 4 hotshot crews, and 2 heavy copters are working it. So I would check for that right now, but I think the only thing we could see on flight radar would be like Fire Eyes or Fearless. It has that recon planes at night. I think only California has access to the helicopters that operate at night, but we could do a check later. Looking back at the McEwen fire, last update was July 8th around 6 p.m., 244 acres, 55% contained at that point. We don't have a new update. We probably have to go to King 5 News for an update on that. Might as well. I think it's king5.com. Oh god, yeah. Scam alerts. Not even front page news no more. God. Alright, where is wildfires? Do we even have to put in a search? Higher up on their list of news is like movies, like Mission Impossible and stuff. Heavy rains caused flooding and mudslides in Japan. Yikes. It's horrible. Do they have... They don't have a special wildfires section of their news. Let's just go to local. Really? Yeah, we may have to say fluent. Did I spell it right? McEwen. There. 5 days ago. Did they just never update? A large brush fire threatened many homes overnight, 4 miles northeast of Shelton, Mason County. July 5th. I'm pretty surprised that King 5 didn't have an update on that. Oh wow, source storm on Thursday. We may see the northern lights in 17 United States. Whoa. That'll be awesome. They could be seen, they're most often seen in Canada and Alaska, but an 11-year source cycle is expected to peak in 2024. 2024 is making the lights visible further to the south. Huh. You know, I missed all of that because we had overcast skies every single day, and we had that in 2023. So Alaska, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, New York, New Hampshire, Vermont, Indiana, Maine, and Maryland, and Vancouver, including, and Canada, including Vancouver, may see the northern lights on Thursday. Oh, wouldn't that be sick? Sick meaning good. Oh. The reason sick means good, boomers, is we used to have this saying, that is so good, it's disgusting. It means sick, enthusiastic here. So, wow. It'll be low and on the horizon in Salem, Oregon. So Portland's north of Salem. Wow. Low and on the horizon, I guess, to the north. So I don't think we'd be able to see that because of the city lights anywhere near Portland. We've got some mountainous terrain to the north of Portland, I think. The best place to view this might be the beach to the west, or someplace like Hood River, you know, where that Tunnel 5 fire is, or maybe all the way to the Dalles. But a little bit away from the Dalles because, you know, the city light thing. I might try to do that Thursday night. We'll see. Now, I guess maybe a random Google search like McEwen fire update. It was by Shelton, Washington. Just do a random. So the Olympian is like a lower, a local paper is southeast of there. The News Tribune says it's 55% contained. When was this updated? 1 p.m. yesterday, meaning the night. So the cause is still under investigation. Crews are mopping up and continuing to strengthen and reinforce the control lines around that perimeter. So over 180 people have been involved in fighting it. No status changes to evacuations. So by Monday, July 10th, the levels are expected to be reduced. So the Rainbow Lake neighborhood, Little Bear Lane, and all of McEwen Drive, Johns Prairie Road, and Bastogne cut off to State Route 3, and the Hiawatha neighborhood are still under level 2. Be ready to go at a moment's notice. Level of evacuation. Evergreen Drive and Oak Park are under a level 1 order, which means be ready to leave. Weather says no rain is in the forecast. Well, let's go back. Let's see if that just changed. Here's my radar. This is our current, maybe 10 minutes behind kind of a thing. Let's zoom out. Yeah, sure is dry as a bone over there. So this is where the McEwen fire was by Shelton over here. They've got really light winds, at least. So I'm very happy about that result. So let's go and hide this again. Hide my radar. Actually, no, let's look. 10 minutes ago is the last time we looked. So, I got tissue. I got the allergens. That's a lot of lightning, guys. That's a lot of lightning. We saw some live on the webcam in Hood River. That is a lot of lightning. Just wow. Just wow. Dozens and dozens of strikes. Some of it over the mountainous terrain, some of it towards the flatlands over here. Let's get some different layers on. So let's turn weather alerts off. You can kind of get a better idea of the terrain. Everywhere that it's like this muddy color is just tumbleweed, sage, prairie stuff. Now, map layers, we have temperature. Convert this to temperature. If I click on one spot, it should give us some, come on, load. There you go. Hideous. What's the scale though of this temperature? Okay, cold up here at the top. Cold to hot, and that's it. It's playing in a loop. Okay, that's not that valuable. Okay, so we can go to high definition radar. Oh yeah, the different layer over here, we could put topography on. Slightly better. Kind of get an idea of the terrain. It's not that great though. I mean, you never guess that this is Mount St. Helens over here and Mount Adams. These are very, very tall volcanoes. Compared, and Mount Rainier is a really tall volcano. I mean, when David and I were at CPRO, were flying to Chehalis on Father's Day, we could see these volcanoes sticking well above the clouds, all directions. It was just like one of those fluffy white cloud ceilings, you know, that we were above. So Yakima has got a lot of irrigation kind of near it, but there's plenty of dry, you know, fallow fields. It's our road aerial. I think that's our best background, honestly. Yeah, flat, or we can have, oh, globe mode. Whoa. Oh, wow. Oh, look at Canada. Oh my God, Canada. Canada is ablaze. I didn't know there's a globe mode. And thank you for your kind updates. This smoothness is brought to you by the fact that I've got a Ryzen 9 processor. Thank you so much for your kind donations. And that hardware acceleration, and plus the video card upgrade to a 3070. I never would have been able to do this smoothly in the past. Like, we'd be chugging along, especially, remember that painful stream from my laptop last year. Okay, going back. Broken Fish says, I see no updates on the Mount Hood fire. Yeah, will work. So, David says that Temecula had a fiery plane crash and couldn't see the runway. Yeah. That was happening during our exercise. When I was trying to look up what happened to close the whole airport at La Grande, we're talking La Grande, Eastern Oregon. A lot of our pilots took off from there, got the food aid from Walla Walla, and then came into Aurora. Meanwhile, down by Murrieta, there was a fiery crash. I think 5 or 6 people died, but I don't know what the circumstance was. I'm sure Blanco Lirio will do a thing on it. But you said it was by Temecula. Is that by Murrieta? Temecula? I don't know my Southern California that well, but I imagine so. So, yeah, you got no updates on the Mount Hood fire? Yeah, the older one. Let's look at Coin News. Coin 6 News. You go to coin.com. Okay, they've got a whole wildfire section of their news. So Oh no, a crabbing boat capsizes with a teen presumed drowned. Horrifying. Um, God, somebody hit by a logging truck. 60-acre wildfire burning in Mount Hood National Forest. Campgrounds were evacuated. It's burning in a steep, heavily forested area. When was the last update? Around 11 a.m. yesterday on the 9th. So it was ignited July 8th. And I couldn't cover that because I was in the middle of the airport management thing. So just a bunch of campgrounds closed. No word of any injury. Smoke impacts are anticipated in the vicinity of the fire with warm and dry conditions forecast to persist throughout the week. I don't know if tonight's little rainstorm was a surprise then, or if it was just supposed to move in through so quickly it doesn't matter. But we did get a little rain on that area. Unfortunately, a couple of lightning strikes too, so it remains to be seen whether or not what's happening right now is positive. If we go to news and wildfires on Coin, a day ago, Wasco County fire had evacuations. So out there in Wasco County, not the most populated county in the world. Actually, that's the same one, isn't it? No. South of Mount Hood. That is the same one. Yeah, by Boulder Lake, and they called it the Boulder Fire. Okay, yeah. It was just before it had a name. Now, Venzel Road fire contained. Evacuation orders still stand. Where the hell is that? Wasco County as well. Okay. The fire flared up Thursday afternoon, 4.5 miles southeast of Mosier, and immediately triggered evacuation orders. So, level 1 get ready and 2 get set are still in place. And it only burned about 3 acres. So it's mopping up now. And this is a cool headline. They found 18,000-year-old bones that were butchered and stuff, and stone tools in Eastern Oregon. They found them in 2012, but they've done a whole bunch of dating methodology, and it takes a long time. They had a certain date, like a certified 100% known date for an ash layer, which was approximately 15,000 years ago for volcanic ash. And they recovered camel bones, because there used to be camels in the United States, like native camels called the American camels. We had cheetahs too, called the American cheetah, the American lion. So the natural predator of our antelope that runs super fast, the pronghorn antelope, their natural predator was the American cheetah. And they took the American camel's young one. But the younger dryas, which is probably caused by a big comet strike or a meteor strike that killed off mammoths and stuff, killed off the American camels and lions and stuff too, caused a chain reaction of ecosystem collapse. Anyway, the camel bone and the stone tools are now, they've been dated to 18,000 years. So what does this do? This is probably the oldest evidence of anybody being in North and South America, period. Like, this is exciting stuff. The land bridge theory, where, you ever heard that crap in school about, oh yeah, people from Siberia went over Alaska through a land bridge and populated North America, and then eventually went down to South America. That theory is dead. Long live the land bridge theory. It's been dead for more than 5 years. However, a lot of people still quote it as if it's real. That land bridge only existed for a brief window of time around 10,000 years ago, 10 to 12-ish. But we've definitely found skeletons of human beings way older than that. I mean, they found a sandal in in eastern Oregon in Fort Rock Cave. And it's woven out of grass, and it was 14,500 years old with certain dating. And then they found the skeleton of a girl in Central America, Central or South America, I want to say near Panama or Colombia, and she wandered into a cave and fell into a pit and broke her pelvis and shattered her legs and died there. And so her remains were found and dated, and they were around 17,000 years old, something like that. So people were here a hell of a lot longer, now that we've pushed it back to 18,000 years. There's never been one scrap of evidence that any human being ever crossed that land bridge, because what they don't tell you is ice sheets were still covering Alaska. And Canada was almost a solid block of ice without any animals, being able to pass through it. It was supposed to be right here through the Yukon, some little strip of land called the Ice-Free Corridor, which would have been like a little animal highway. But it's never been confirmed to have ever been ice-free, actually. And we must remember the continental shelf. I just put on highlight. Continental shelf, this was all the coast back in the day during the Ice Age. So it's more likely that animals walked around through here, like across here, on the coast, instead of going anywhere in the interior. Like they have never found any human, not an arrow, not a spearhead. Of course, there's no arrows back then. They're not invented yet. There's no bow, but there's no spearheads, no nothing, no rock art, no campfires, no nothing that has ever supposedly, been to this highway. It would have been the difficult route. When the Ice Age happened, there would have been almost ice that would go all the way clear from China to Oregon, like this during the winter months. And seals and walruses would have been right across this strip, pupping, so people could have basically had skin canoes, and be pulling out onto the ice every night and just following the herds and whaling and sealing their way and gotten all the way across during the winter months. During the summer months, this is where the coastline was. So they traveled by boat. They also just wrapped up a genetic study and found out that hell of a long time ago, people from Micronesia, Polynesia, whatever you want to call this area, did make it all the way to South America, because some of the South Americans have the hallmarks of Polynesian DNA. And some South American plants, like the sweet potato, have been growing in the South Pacific for thousands of years, but they came from South America. So there was a back and forth exchange. Some of these people did settle in South America. There's some extinct people that are down here, like by the Falkland Islands and such. The Falklands Island wolf, it's always been this crazy speculation on, was that a wolf species? It's extinct now, unfortunately, but it probably was the dog companions of South Pacific Islanders who came over here. There was a tribe that spoke a language, extinct now, I think, very close to South Pacific Islanders' language, and they had special fox pets they domesticated foxes instead of dogs. And how do you explain that? Like, people went by boat. So long live the land bridge theory, but it was definitely not the way that people first came here. And the entire stupid theory that a human being somehow went on a rampage with stone tools, not even a bow and arrow invented yet, here in North America, and suddenly, as soon as we arrived, the big extinction of the megafauna theory was human beings walked in and killed everything in sight and caused their own ecosystem collapse. BS. Hunter and gatherers never acted like that. There's no reason for human beings to live in perfect harmony and cause almost no extinctions of anything for more than 250,000 years. and suddenly one day wake up and say, let's kill everything we know for no reason. There's no refrigeration, so we can't sell the meat. There's no horse or any sort of beast of burden, so we can't transport tusks very far or even trade with them, and they have like no value anyway, because everybody has tusks. Just for no reason, let's kill everything and collapse our own ecosystem and destroy our own way of life. There's no way that happened. The stupid theory of human beings doing that was just this assumption that humans came across on the land bridge, which only existed 10,000 years ago. And because that was when most of the tools and stuff were dated in the United States, before we found older ones. And just because humans arrived and then animals went extinct, oh, that must have meant that we killed them all. But we've never found any evidence of mass killings, except for this one cliff area where a bunch of buffaloes stampeded over the edge. Well, they could have done that because of a wildfire, who knows? But there's no reason for human beings to behave that way. Period. So that's one hell of assumption, and I hope that dies along with everything else. If you look at the animals we first domesticated, all of the animals that we domesticated were extremely important to hunter-gatherers, like the horse, the camel. Lascaux cave paintings in France, number one animal depicted of a spiritual significance is the horse. The next one is the bull. You know, we domesticated horses, then cows. The next most useful animal is the camel. Well, all of these went extinct in the wild, basically, or onto the brink of extinction. They survived because they were so important to us that we went out of our way to try to save them from extinction, and we saved them. But I hope the narrative gets changed too. Hunters and gatherers were really, really damn ecologically smart. We're very concerned about saving species. They were good stewards of the land. In North America, there just may not have been enough people around with the kind of a concept of domestication, or just not enough people around. The population was still pretty dang low. There were major barriers to getting to one side of the country to the other, such as the Rockies. There were glaciers all over the Sierra Nevada, the Rockies, the Cascades, Sierra Nevada. The Great Lakes were all frozen up. You know, there are huge ice sheets still covering Montana and this and that. We may not have been able, to save species this way, but it sure happened in the old world, where the whole concept, whoever kind of started those things, that it would spread, the concept would spread like wildfire because of the whole crossroads of trade thing going on. You've got this special place called the Middle East, where any concept from Africa goes to the Middle East. Well, look at all the wildfire activity thing. Goes here. Any concepts from Europe come here. Any concepts from Northeast Asia come here. Any concepts from Southeast Asia all converge here and get sent back to their different corners. So if anybody has domesticated anything, they can start trading in the different continents and have much more. Even if cattle plague wipes out, say, all the domesticated cattle in what's today Syria, some of them can survive in North Africa being away from it, right? So you've got more chances for domestication and trade and domestic animals to be traded around and for that to perpetuate, and you have opportunities like that in North America. So we're just waiting, common sense thinkers, we're just waiting for the rest of the world to catch up with us. Like I got in a small debate with somebody on YouTube the other day where somebody quoted the land bridge theory again, and I said, that's been dead a long time, right? Like, it's looking more and more unlikely that the ice-free corridor ever even existed, that ice sheets prevented any significant migration 10,000 years ago, even though the Bering Strait was, dry land. And he vehemently, not attacked, but he was quite upset. It says, all of the experts that I know still believe the land bridge theory. Where did you hear that it was dead? And I'm just like, have you been living under a rock, man? Like, do they not believe in radiocarbon dating and stuff? Because you'd have to not believe in it and not believe in the way they dated other human remains. You'd have to, like, find fault with the way they dated the sandal at Fort Rock and this camel bone stuff. And you'd have to find fault with the DNA study that showed that, Micronesians made it all the way to South America. You'd have to find fault with the language studies. I mean, how is a South American tribe supposed to spontaneously develop a language that bears resemblance to what's in the South Pacific? Like, that's a whole lot of coincidence. You have to fight really hard against that hard evidence. Maybe they're just not keeping up with the news. I don't know. I kind of backed off because once somebody gets like that, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them think, right? So, Broken Fish says lightning is over Mount Rainier Park right now. Unstable air. Okay, let's go back. Oh, damn it. I'm sorry. I thought you guys were looking at what I was like showing you. This is why I need to change my monitor setup. I was talking about this news article the whole time. I'm so sorry you guys were stuck on the radar. I didn't know. I was flipping back and forth to maps. Like, oh, here's where the continental shelf was. I was like, here's where the continental shelf was, blah, 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 blah. That's so sorry. Once I fix my monitor setup, I have to drill the wall and put some mounts up. I'll be able to see them all at one point. Because what this monitor over here shows me what you guys see. And that's not what I'm seeing. Okay. But this is exciting stuff. This front page news, the fact that it's an organ, the oldest North and South American. And South America questionably has a 24,000-year-old artifact, but I think it was under question. This is the stuff that's not questioned. Like, they've spent 8 years verifying the data. This is a secret site. They won't say exactly where it's located. But I'm very curious which eruption 15,000 years ago buried this. Oh, Mount St. Helens, right there. They said, according to the Bureau of Land Management, archaeologist Patrick O'Grady led the team that had a major discovery back in 2012. The unearthed camel teeth fragments were initially hidden by this volcanic ash from Mount St. Helens from an eruption 15,000 years ago. So it was below that eruption layer. They found an orange agate scraper with bison blood residue on it, and an additional scraper later in 2015 below that 15,000 years ago ash mark. They said there's a natural layering of the rock filter sediments that hints that the scrapers date back even further than the volcanic ash and the teeth. So after conducting radiocarbon dating and stuff in 2018 again this year, they reported a newer discovery. The teeth date back to 250 years, 18,250 years ago. Dang. Dang. I wonder what this camel looked like. Time-Lapse Hesternus. Time-Lapse Hesternus. Okay. I love this guy. He's an artist that draws. This is his art. This is not, it's photographically detailed, but he uses photorealistic, like, fur samples and stuff on top of his drawings. This would be about the height compared to a normal punk rock human, right? 600 to 800 kilograms. Of course, we don't know the nature of its hump, how big was its hump. This is all going to be speculation, whether or not it had much of a hump, but it definitely is a camel. So camelids all over the world went extinct, except for the ones domesticated. South America had camelid species, guanacos, llamas, and alpacas. What do they have in common? They all survived, and they all got domesticated. So we know that preservation effort went on for species in South America. I would argue that turkey is a domestic animal that's just gone feral again in North America. It's way too human friendly and way too fragile to be still in its wild state. It's possible all turkeys died, like all wild turkeys, truly wild ones died, and only domestic ones survived, and the new population in North America is just feral domestic turkeys. Just like what happened with horses. Now, there are supposedly some two-humped Bactrian camels that are still wild, like in the wild, but whether or not they're just kind of a feral population is under debate. They're critically endangered in the wild, but it is hands down very clear that the one-hump camel, the dromedary, the one from Africa, Middle East area, those are completely extinct in the wild. They only survive due to human intervention, and there's somewhat recent domestication. Anyway, this is the Bactrian, the two-hump camel, like the Mongolian one. You know, they're super rare. So, what did Time-Lapse look like? Let's see if there's any other artist renditions. Yeah, here's somebody putting spots on them. I mean, you know, you do what you want. We don't know what they look like. But here's one where they've got a coloring of somewhat more like a Winako, and this one has a mane. You know, just till we find like a frozen one. What are we gonna do, right? So here's another drawing that makes it look like a little bit more like, say, related to the South American camelid species, like the Winakos and the llamas. So we got a picture book here. Blah, 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 blah. I believe horses and camels originally evolved in North America, went across the land bridge. There's been many different land bridges. It populated Asia and then died out here. But I could be wrong. Like, yeah, here it's saying that here's an old theory where it's old world coming from around Afghanistan-ish and migrated to the Americas. So never mind, backwards. The horse is supposed to have evolved in North America, though. I know that one. Okay. So enough on the camel sidetrack thing. When it's a chill stream, we got to talk about random topics in between updates on things like the radar. So let's go look at the radar. Every 10 minutes it updates. So looks like a lot more moisture is forming and headed for Canada. It's now east of Olympia, and Yakima is getting us soaking. I'm really, really hoping it's getting us soaking because of all that lightning. All of that lightning. Let me look back at the chat. Excuse me. Yeah, there's a group now rowing from Monterey to Hawaii in 20-foot rowboats. Dang. That's cool. Now, here's a mind-blowing thing. There are now a lot of theories that 40,000 years ago, okay, 40,000 years ago, human beings had an amazing seafaring technology that allowed them to go all the way to Australia from, say, the area of Africa like Madagascar. There's a bunch of weirdness as far as the fossil record goes. Out of Africa theory may not be correct. A lot of the Asians especially don't think that that's correct because there's so many ancient fossils like Java man from Java, and Homo erectus was hanging out in China. And that little hobbit thing that they found in the islands of Flores, kind of by Java as well, that's in Indonesia. That thing is like a dwarf version of a Homo erectus or Homo habilis. We're talking the first ape-like, quasi-human-like creature that could use fire. Homo erectus is the first upright walking ape-man thing that used fire. They had pretty small brains. We know they had controlled use of fire and probably were smart enough to make fire, not just pick up a branch and carry a coal around, right? So how the hell did they get to China? And especially the islands in Indonesia. Now, speculating they walked the entire way is one way to think about that. I mean, that's a long time ago that they did this. Well beyond, like 500,000 years ago, like a million or something. Like a long, long time ago. But let's rewind to a somewhat more recent 40,000 years ago. It's likely that Australia and some of the South Pacific Islands were populated by people who came directly from Africa, skipped India and all this stuff, just had good enough seafaring to just go find Australia. Maybe they went to Reunion Island on the way there, maybe not. But that's an east-west lateral kind of a travel. That is surprising. It's way easier to go north and south by doing things like following the North Star. The stars are going to guide you north and south. East and west, you really either need the compass or a longitudinal clock, which means a clock on board your ship that you can figure out where you are going east and west based on, how long it takes you to get somewhere. You've got to be able to use you have to have a clock, right? So I think the Carthaginians had a longitudinal clock. That's probably how they got to the Azores. I don't think they made it to North America, but they got to the Azores, significantly west of the Canary Islands, about a fourth of the way to the Americas. And the Carthaginians did go and circumnavigate Africa. They went around Africa and ended up back in Egypt. So we know that happened. Hanno the Navigator, I think that was his thing. But that's easy. It's north and south stuff. East and west stuff requires magnetic compass or the longitudinal clock. Now, that means a clock with gears, because the original types of clocks were either dripping water clocks, which doesn't work at sea. You can make water drip at a constant rate, right? Called water tower clocks. You can also turn the hourglass upside down. That doesn't work at sea because you're rocking around. So you can have the pendulum swinging clock, like your grandfather clock. That also does not work at sea because you're swinging around. You need the kind of clock that has gears. So when that was invented, that just changed everything. Even with the compass, if you didn't have longitude clock, you still couldn't quite be sure where the heck you were because of factors like wind speed and current, right? But somehow Africans went straight to Australia, and Australian fossils, people were there 40,000 plus years ago. It's always been one of those, how the hell do we explain that? So if human beings, say, had the magnetic compass, I think that's more likely than, say, have a damn clock, right? If human beings had a magnetic compass 40,000 years ago, definitely they could have made it. I mean, Columbus made it to America, the Americas, without a longitude clock, but with a magnetic compass. Isn't that mind-blowing? It's like, wow. But what's more mind-blowing would be Homo erectus doing something like that. Homo erectus probably just went by the shorelines. But how the heck did it get to Asia? Either out of Africa is wrong, and it's out of Asia, because they've got some seriously old fossils. Or we had Homo habilis, Homo erectus paddling their way on the shoreline all the way to Asia and just populating the islands. It's completely nuts. We do not know everything about the past. We are just scraping the surface. We're just finding out about it. So that's what makes headlines like this so dang exciting. Somebody might look at this and go, who the hell cares? 18,000 years ago, humans in Oregon. Who the hell cares? This is pre-Clovis. The Clovis people were thought to be the first in North America, and they were thought to have died out and then been replaced by others. This is pre-Clovis. This is not every day. This is not every day that this happens. And all the old school archaeologist types and anthropologists who say died in the 20th century, like up to 1999, had no idea. Would have scarcely believed it. They were firmly entrenched with the only way human beings could have gotten here 10,000 years ago. They were too primitive to boat, was by walking around on the land bridge. Rip. Rest in peace, land bridge theory. This is one of the things that puts the nail in that coffin. This incredible news. Can't even tell you. Now, who these people were, that's going to be the next thing to figure out. I would love to see the scraper. That's a picture of that camel bone. But the crazy thing about the Clovis people is Clovis versus European text. The Clovis, the Solutrean hypothesis. The crazy thing about the Clovis people, who seem to have died out, they probably did not thrive in North America. They may have gone totally extinct. Kennewick Man was a Clovis person, but unfortunately the Indians took him back and buried him somewhere, so we don't know that much about him. So this is their technology that's very, very distinct. They've got really flat, wide, big spearheads, right? They have fluting. A little bit of fluting at the base, not that much, not the full length, but anyway, if you study flint napping, this is some pretty good high, mid-tier technology for flint napping. So you look at tools of Europe. You see how similar this is? Flint napping is not all the same. It's not like, it's not primitive either. It looks like it's a primitive tech where you would just bang two rocks together. This is actually extremely fine art. This is extreme skill. The other stupid myth about prehistory is that there was no such thing as division of labor. Are you kidding me? This is not something everybody can do. This is a couple extremely skilled, the equivalent of, the fine art craftsmen that would serve the king, in later eras. This is lifelong. It takes you 20 years to develop your skill, kind of craftsmanship here. So you would just have a couple very highly skilled people in your tribe or in your band of people that made this kind of stuff. And in order to learn, you would be sending, if say, you didn't have enough people to teach, you'd be sending your youth back and forth. Anybody with talent and good eyesight and whatever, good steady hands, you'd send your youth of talent to the various other tribes to learn their techniques and learn under their masters. This would be 5-6 years long of apprenticeships to come up with anything like this. This is not banging two rocks together. The fragility of the method that you're working with, you could do one wrong tap and you have destroyed everything you made. They are considering lines of cleavage in the stones, and they're making breakaway points. They're making their tips strategically right here as a weak spot, so that when you plunge it into an animal, the tip is supposed to break off, and as the animal runs, the very sharp point inside of it is going to enlarge and cut the wound and make the animal bleed out ASAP. So you don't want that animal running, say, up a cliff face if it's a goat, or jumping into a creek and then being washed away. You don't want them traveling very far. So you have to retrieve an animal from maybe a place you can't even retrieve it from. And you want a quick, clean kill. Just people had morals. But they're strategically designing their tools so that they will break where they want them to. And the technologies, there's just a couple different technologies, and they're vastly different around the world. So it is completely crazy that the fact that the earliest people that we knew of in North America, the people who made this stuff, the Clovis people, they're tips looked almost identical to that of Central Europe, like France. Now, this is either one of the most insane coincidences of the world, or they came from there. It's more likely that they came from there. So if you've heard of the land bridge theory, this is awesome. This is the top 3 theories right here. The land bridge hypothesis that said somewhere between 13 and 14,000 years ago, and probably just around 10, they had to push it back as they found 14,000-year-old specimens. In old history books, it used to say 10. This was the old conventional one, and then the more as they found older and older ones, especially down here in South America, like the Monteverde specimen is 14,800 years old. This was the coastal migration route hypothesis. Well, there's a different hypothesis where the ice sheets came right across here, and you could probably just go straight across during wintertime. Like today, if you watch Deadliest Catch, the ice comes down from, down here and ice is up, and you really can't go in between the different Aleutian Islands. You can't. It's just full of pack ice, and so they have to get out of its way, or their crab boats are going to be trapped and crushed by it. And then it goes away by summertime. It melts off by summer. So if you think about the ice age, that the ice went all the way down to Northern California back then. This would all be iced up pack ice, floating stuff. Large chunks the size of Texas, to when it starts melting, smaller chunks that break off that are, say, the size of a house. It all freezes together, and as it melts, it all breaks apart. But definitely walkable. So here's the other theory, that more than 20,000 years ago, the people from around Central Europe showed up by probably the pack ice thing. Because just like the pack ice would be that far deep, it would be this deep, like a straight line from Spain to New York, right? I wouldn't even put this curve there. It could just be straight across. So that may be how the Clovis people got here, and it may have just been a very small amount of people that got marooned in North America, because say there was 20 years of, say, a heat wave, like a warming event where the pack ice doesn't go. How do they get back, right? If the average lifespan was, say, 45 was being a super old timer as a caveman, right? When 10 years goes by and nobody remembers how to whale and seal and travel the pack ice anymore, because maybe your old timers died off. That's like two generations later. They may have just stuck around just trying to eke out a living during a particularly difficult. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe the winters were so difficult that you couldn't traverse. It was just too many blizzards that they would just rip your tents to shreds. Who knows? But just getting marooned here for more than 20 years is a decreased likelihood of anybody ever going back. And they could have just been a really small amount of people, a genetic population bottleneck, struggling to survive, just because there's just not that many people around. And they could have died out. But Kennewick Man is found in Kennewick, Washington, over here. So the Clovis made it from the East Coast down to where we found Clovis tools in New Mexico, and then a skeleton of a Clovis era person here at Kennewick. And he seems to have been either an accident victim or a murder victim. He was found with a Clovis point in his hip. So either somebody chucked a spear at him on accident or on purpose. Or maybe a kind of accident where he fell holding a spear and it broke and then got stabbed. It's hard to say, but he may have been hunted down and fell into the river and got buried by mud, and that's how people found him. But it's all very mysterious. We don't know what the hell. We do not know that much about that. So, Mark Scheinfeld says it all depends on who writes history. Yeah, what bothers me really bothers me is the non-objective way that people are looking at history. Since there's so many themes of extinction in the 20th century, yes, that's a bad thing. It's mostly capitalism driving them, and just general factors like that, where you have animals being worth more alive dead than alive, right? And you have factors like globalism and trade and stuff like that. You have those kind of factors where specimens become extremely valuable and resources become rare. And you, ironically, the ban on ivory made elephants worthless, like pests. They were just crop pests after that in the eyes of a lot of the people who lived with elephants. So, and most elephants are actually not killed for their ivory; they're killed as crop pests these days. You have weird, factors like this occurring, and that's what causes extinction and habitat loss, right? For things that drive capitalism, things like clearing land so that it makes money for you. The Soviet Union also had that sort of thing, but I mean, Siberian tigers survived in the Soviet Union because there wasn't much of since they had secret police and stuff, they didn't have much of a black market for anything. So, like, Soviet Union kind of protected Siberian tigers, but they became a pest over by the Caspian Sea, so the actual Soviet government decided to eliminate the Caspian tiger. So it's not just capitalism. I mean, we're talking government as well as economic forces that do this, but this is extremely modern stuff. You don't have that many historical extinctions like on purpose. Mostly we're finding out that the dodo birds died because of rats. Everything on Easter Island died because of rats. It was accidental introduced species and extinction that way. But you look at the past through the 20th century, where, yeah, there was a lot of poaching and stuff because we have high capitalism dollar values on things like tiger skins and ivory after a time. That doesn't apply to the prehistoric times when there's no money. There's just no incentive for anybody to go making mammoths extinct as if there was a worldwide mammoth ivory trade network where people put high value on it. People didn't value jewelry and stuff. It was just something to do in your spare time, but people traveled light, hunting gatherers. They didn't want to carry around tusks. They didn't want to carry around jewelry. They would just let things go. I mean, you get attached to something, then you have to hike with it in your backpack, and then you suddenly are not attached to it. You want to lighten your load, right? So while people did make jewelry and stuff out of it, and sometimes traded for stuff like seashells from faraway places, it's not that important. It's but you get the 20th century looking at mass extinctions and trying to apply unique time periods like this to the end and just saying, oh, well, making this gigantic, bold claim that doesn't make any sense. Oh, yeah, well, human beings must have wiped out everything they saw. Then they make the stupider assumption that's because it's human beings' nature. Well, I'm sorry, but civilization is new, and people lived in perfect harmony with the environment for more than 250,000 years, where we caused the extinction of basically nothing. Hunters and gatherers saw game as their refrigerator. That's where your food comes from. If people had any idea of just how much effort it takes to hunt too, and how dangerous it is, especially big game with primitive weapons, there's no reason to risk yourself for no reason. If you do not butcher something really big like a bison within 2 hours, the meat's spoiled because of its own body heat. Like, you have to have a team of 12 people butchering that animal, and they're getting the meat cooled down within 2 hours. Everything is rotted. Like, there's no incentive to kill more than one thing per even week. That bothers me. The other lens of, like, looking at Easter Island and saying they caused their own ecological disaster and collapse, that bothers me because that's also just 20th century people knowing that we can do that to ourselves now, but looking at ancient people and saying that's what they did. They just wanted to have this weird morality tale example, right? Well, it turns out Easter Island, and so they had this stupid assumption that Easter Islanders must have cut down all their trees for some reason. Oh, it must be to make those statues. Have you ever heard that BS? They deforested their land and destroyed their own ecosystem and caused collapse and caused the collapse of their own society because they wanted to make roller logs for their statues. But the locals try to tell them the whole time, the statues walk, we don't roll them on logs anywhere. And it turns out that you can just walk them left, right, as you would walk like an empty bookcase. Move one corner, move the next corner. Move one corner, move the next corner. And they just move like that. You can just pull it around with rope. It turns out what really happens is when they colonized Easter Island, they brought rats on accident on their boats. And rats were not native. And so the rats ate all the seeds for all the native coconut plants. And they went extinct because you have no seeds, you have no plants. Same thing with what happened on the island with the dodos. And then the rats ate the native collapsing ecosystem by eating the native lizards and birds and stuff out of the nest. They didn't evolve to have extra offspring to deal with rat predation. So they were helpless. They were helpless victims of something they didn't really understand. Are you a locust or a bee? Jason Parker asked. Am I a locust or a bee? Can't say I've been asked that before. What is the context here? Is that like, am I a devourer or a pollinator? Do I produce or do I take away? Philosophically, could I even answer that question? Anyway, I don't like it. We're committing the same crime right now, where like these wildfires are being used as this stupid example of how global warming is we've caused our own disasters. When in reality, that's not an ignition source that makes the landscape drier. But isn't that letting PG&E off the hook, the corrupt company that's caused thousands of wildfires due to their poor maintenance, and then the corruption of the government that's protecting this power company? All the wildfires of 2020 happening at once there, a lot of them caused by the power companies. So the ones that were just caused by lightning just couldn't be attended because we didn't have enough people. Like, you think that's not a factor? We could fix that in a second. If you want to actually look at the cause of these things, and if we want to save the environment, we better not allow power companies to starting all these fires. They get so huge and erase towns and entire forests. We can't have that in this climate. But if you just blame the climate and don't do anything, then we're going to lose the environment. This is what drives me nuts. It's more of those looking through this preconceived notion and this preconceived lens and not looking at just what do the damn facts say? Go with what makes sense. These power companies did not shut off their lines in these high wind events and spread these fires much more fast, much quicker than normal. So we're seeing a little bit of justice with the Beachy Creek fire and the fact that Pacific Corps got sued and lost their suit. They even covered up evidence, which made the jury a lot less sympathetic to them. If these power companies are counting the beams and they're saying, we can't charge people for power we don't deliver, even though there's a storm here and our power lines might fall over because we don't really maintain them very well, and there's lots of vegetation we should have trimmed back but didn't. So let's just err on the side of lack of caution, right? Let's just keep them energized. Hopefully they won't fall over and start fires. That's been their thought process and their actual policy. Maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe the fact that the Dixie Fire started by two different power lines going down, with 35% of the entire nation's firefighters responding to it. Maybe that's why we lost so many sequoias. It's because we didn't have any firefighters to send down when the lightning struck in Sequoia National Park. Well, what if the Dixie Fire didn't happen? What if the lines are de-energized, huh? What if the worker who had first detected the surge in the lines was allowed to shut the power off and not lose his job to err on the side of caution? What if that had happened and the Dixie Fire never happened? We wouldn't have lost any sequoias. We had plenty of time to put that out. We would have had the manpower too. So I'm so angry that they're turning this whole narrative into like trying to get us all divided and say either it's the power companies or it's global warming causing these wildfires. What the hell? What do you mean? It's both. We cannot have power companies acting like this in this climate. But to just put it as part of global warming narrative and set us apart, I cannot stand it. This is the new error that everybody is doing. Looking even at the present and failing to interpret it correctly. It's a new level of laziness in journalism too. But we who know the facts, we just wait. We just have to wait for the world to catch up. You know? Just go with what the facts say, not with what you've been told, not with what you want to believe. Just what the facts say. All right. Oh, family loses their home in a tunnel fire and delivers coffee to the firefighters. Oh. What can you do? Now, these are the kind of people I respect the most. They just pick, like Sarah Luna, they just pick up from their tragedy and just help their community. Sarah loses her home in the Caldor fire, and she immediately became a citizen journalist and started covering the Caldor and the Dixie fire from the ground. And helped out the situation. When I'm sure my reaction would just be to curl up into a ball and be traumatized, and paralyzed, But that's the way you gotta be. You just gotta help others when you feel down, and you'll feel better. What else can you do? Jason Parker said, no, it's a humanity question. Oh, are we going to devour everything in our path, or are we going to pollinate the world and make honey? It's a Zen koan. Are you a locust or a bee? Oh, I'm very glad you explained that to me. Yeah, thank you, Broken Fish, for hanging out with us. I shall get in touch with you on Discord, but probably after the 13th. I mean, this is one of the busiest couple of days of my life here. I like that kind of philosophical question. It's what everybody has to answer for themselves. I think at some point we're all a little bit of a locust, right? And we can't just say that bees only build. Bees do take a little bit. Bees kill in defense of themselves, right? Bees sometimes, sometimes they kill people. This is it's a collateral damage that bees do. So we can't idealize them as 100% beneficial, right? I do like philosophical questions, though. Let's go back to looking at our radar. I'm sure the loop has updated. So bees will also put their nests sometimes in inconvenient places and deprive animals of using that place, like say a hollow tree or something like that. So they are not, say, 100% beneficial. We'll put them at 98, 99% beneficial, right? And locusts aren't 100% destructive. We know of a whole lot of, say, birds, that feast upon locusts. There's that old, one of the things that propelled Mormonism into the mainstream and got more people believing is, I think, Joseph Smith or one of those, there used to be locusts in the United States. It was called the American locust. And I didn't understand it. It was its own species. It was a true locust species, not just like big old grasshoppers. And they are extinct now. So you don't hear about them anymore. But they used to just devastate crops all over the Midwest to the East Coast, right? And a little bit in the West. So at Salt Lake City area, where the Mormons had settled, there was a huge plague of locusts, and everybody despaired, thinking, "Oh, there goes the crops." And locusts will even eat the shirt off your back. If they land on you, they'll just eat your shirt. They'll eat your hat. There was a prayer thing, and somebody declared, "Fear not, God's going to save us." And all of a sudden, all these seagulls came, called the seagull miracle. And the seagulls ate up all the locusts, saved the crops, blah blah blah. So we gotta think about birds. Okay, so I just had the headphones turn themselves off. Let me make sure that I have something running in the background. Aha! The video I had running in the background, making that kind of a white noise wind thing, had ceased. So if nothing comes through the headset, is the one I hate, then then it assumes that it needs to go in this power saving mode. Oh, I don't like this headset. Jason Parker says only when swarming, like a spontaneous riot. Okay, so if we're thinking about when they're swarming, okay. It's a great philosophical question. It's for a lot of people who feel guilty about even existing, right? Because we are taking, we have to take from the world to live. We A, have to eat, and then B, we have to food, clothing, and shelter question. What I think we need to be is we have to give back. That's the only true way to get rid of your guilt. And it's not like, oh, I'm going to believe the BS of carbon neutrality things, which that worked very well for the Catholic Church. That was like pay for your sins, right? It's called indulgences back in the day. Oh, just pay out some money and somehow your sin is neutralized by this charity towards the church because we'll use your money for good, right? Well, that's just the model of, say, the carbon neutral stuff. Buy stuff from our company because it's carbon neutral. It's a meaningless label thing, well, my headphones shut themselves off. That's what happened. But I put back the noise generating string, so they shouldn't shut themselves off again. So whatever you take, you may not be able to 100% restore, right? So I think that we should recognize that we are like locusts a lot, but we're very different. We can decide to give and take. So, for example, what humanity is doing is curing a lot of diseases that animals used to suffer from. The reason the aurochs went extinct, ancestor to modern cattle, they hung on until the 1600s. One of those extinct animals that human beings tried to save very much. People have, for a very long time, been trying to save species on the brink. They even made their own little game preserve for them in Poland, where the last aurochs herds were at, and tried to preserve them. But there's something called cattle plague back in the day. And cattle plague is probably the reason why the draft horse exists. There's only one reason to try to make a horse pull something like a plow or a cart when they can't, when harnesses choke them. That if you have all of your cattle die, like in your whole nation or your whole region, and cattle plague used to do that. It was so bad. It's called Renderpest, if you hear about that in German. It used to just go through all the bovines, and one moment you have a herd, and so does your neighbor, and so does your neighbor, and so does everybody in your excuse me, and so does say everybody in your nation. and then you don't. They're just dead in piles the next day. And it's just to just sweep across landscapes. So if you think about when the horse collar was invented, which is the magical invention that was done after Rome fell, Western Roman Empire fell, it probably was invented because all the cattle, which used to do all the heavy weight lifting and the pulling and the cart hauling and all that. People don't realize horses could never do anything like that before the horse collar. They could only pull extremely light loads like a chariot. They could be ridden, but they were money sinks. They were not draft animals, and they were not something the average person could own. Only the mega rich. They were for wars, carrying messages, and doing things that made you very wealthy, such as chariot racing and all the gambling, right? There's only one reason to make a horse which is not as strong as an ox. Can't be yoked like an ox. Can't pull as heavy as a plow as an ox, which would eat more food and is a lot more delicate and die much easier than an ox. There's only one reason to try to bulk them up, turn them into draft animals, and invent the horse collar so they don't choke anymore pulling a load. And that's if all of your oxen are dead, if all your cattle are dead, and you still need to harvest something, because guess what? You don't have any more milk or meat. You're in a crisis instantly. So what makes sense is right about the time of the Western Roman Empire's collapse, which is about when the two things are invented to make the horse worthwhile. The horseshoe, that's metal that gets nailed onto the hoof. The horseshoe and the horse collar. Because horses didn't last long. If they ever went on roads, they would grind down their hooves to a nub, and you'd have to euthanize them. Same thing on rocky terrain. People don't realize that wild horses and stuff just really don't have a long lifespan, because they're going to grind their hooves down to a nub. And then they die. They just become lame and die. Domesticated horses will live 35 years up to that because of the horseshoe. And of course, veterinary medicine. Dang, look at all that. Look at the radar signature. That's a lot of lightning, a lot of water. So this goes to 2:45 a.m. So this is we're 10 minutes behind, but the loop updates every 10 minutes. So get ready, Canada. There are lightning storms coming your way. It seems to be kind of building, kind of gathering more moisture off of the Cascades. It's kind of heading towards Wenatchee and then the Okanagan. And maybe it'll hit Grand Forks Trail or Castlegar, if that's how you say it. It seems to be headed generally towards the northeast. I don't think BC's going to get it. It'll be, well, not Vancouver, excuse me. It'll be is that still called British Columbia way over there? I guess so. I guess I forgot just how big the provinces are. They're just massive, though. Okay, yeah, back. See if there's any moisture hitting California. Yep, it's dry. What are those heat detections by Susanville? What is that? By Honey Lake. Oh, those earthquakes, actually. I forget what layer we have on earthquake. No, it's not an earthquake. It's wildfire and hotspots. Interesting. I'll check watch duty. Okay, back to what we were chattering about, just to have a topic of discussion in between fire stuff. Yeah, Jason Parker says BSC mad cow is frightening. My God, yeah. Well, one of the ways that people have helped nature with that we can never really truly measure how much we helped is we eliminated rinderpest. We eliminated cattle plague off the face of the planet. we're pretty dang sure, the CDC is pretty dang sure it's gone. And unfortunately, the aurochs wasn't saved, but all kinds of bovines were affected. Everything from, say, yaks to water buffalo, which have more importance than I ever realized, especially in Asia. Water buffalo domestication is every bit as important as the cows. We even had a lot of it in Persia and even Egypt. It didn't really take on in Europe like it probably should have, but it may have been that because so few made it to Mesopotamia and Egypt and such, that maybe cattle plague just wiped them out. But you see ancient depictions of a lot of water buffalo that really could have helped, agriculture out in the west here. So Jason Parker says we've had several vegetation fires that remain small in Coachella Valley. Good, good. Just like smallpox is gone for humans, which was a human-only thing, rinderpest, though, cattle plague, is gone from the bovids. And as the centuries pass, we have no idea just how life-changing as far as Mother Nature goes this is for all bovine species. Like, we may have prevented a lot of extinction in general, like long-term outlook, which will allow bovine species to change and continue on into the future. If we had not eliminated cattle plague, we could have lost entire ones, like especially some of the low population species, like say Himalayan yaks or something, right? So we have been doing stuff that is very beneficial for nature that people just don't talk about all the time. So human beings aren't inherently good, inherently bad. Like, that argument is kind of a waste of time. We are generally good until we need to be bad to survive. That we're a cooperative species, most closely related to bonobos, which are hippie chimps. But we also have the savagery button ready, should times demand savagery to survive. But when we craft our societies, we're basically just setting up a bunch of scenarios where if you have hardcore capitalism without safety nets, Charles Dickens type-esque, type stuff, please, sir, can I have some more? People starve freezing to death in the streets in piles and stuff. Whitechapel, London stuff, right? Jack the Ripper era stuff. If we create a society where that's what happens, you just get people adapting to it and being savage. If you eliminate the need for that, say have robust middle classes and safety nets and such, you just don't see the middle class in general going out and acting savage and killing each other over Nike shoes and stuff. Jason Park says people in England were not allowed to donate blood for 25 years after the last mad cow outbreak. Holy mackerel. Yeah, what we have here is a wasting disease in our elk. Sorry, we're down in California. Let's look back at this storm. I'm not going to get us out of globe mode. I think I'm going to put us back in flat earth mode here. It was interesting. But I don't like the way it tilts, and it can make people car sick. I can anticipate spinning around a globe, but if people can't, it can make them ill. Flat. Okay, we're back to flat mode. Okay. That's a lot of lightning, and we better put the red flag layer back on so people understand why I'm this concerned. Where is weather alerts? Everywhere there's pink, that's the red flag. So, got lots and lots and lots of lightning all over the place. This has to have sparked at least something. At least something. Now, watch duty people don't stay up all night, looking at Washington. But we we might have some news in the morning, so to speak. Now it's 3 in the morning now, and I went live right just before midnight. So I do, first of all, I'm overheating. I'm going to open up the window. Since we're doing stuff graphically, oh boy, my computer's generating some massive heat. Open the door. Whew. That's one thing I didn't anticipate was just how hot rising times are. Holy mackerel. Like, holy mackerel. I could put my hand over that and just feel the heat coming off the top of the computer. Let me look back at you. Yeah. My whole point, my whole rambling point was humans have done a whole lot of good in ways that we won't be able to anticipate. We've cured and eliminated off the face of the earth a lot of things, and people in England will tell you how they only, in fact, the last generation to even see a case of rabies is probably on its way out in England right now. I don't know how long ago they eliminated it, but I think they did the same thing for Australia. Hopefully we can get a handle on that for the rest of the world. But Jason Parker says June broke a global record for highest temps. Canada fires are shocking. Well, it's El Nino. So while record-breaking temps are happening in one part of the world, you have record kind of lows in another part of the world, because that's the nature of La Nina and El Nino. So this is a fourth year where we've either been in La Nina or El Nino. So is this climate change denying shit? Of course not. Excuse my language. I'm trying to point out, though, that part of the climate change narrative is that we'll theoretically be in more of these extremes more often if you think about El Nino and La Nina as extremes. I don't know that we have enough data on the two weather phenomenons. We may eventually decide that swinging in between these extremes is somewhat normal, and that this explains a whole lot of stuff. We may even find out why they generate and appear, right? But I think if people just hang with me here, the direct cause of Canada being hot and dry right now is definitely El Nino. It screws up the jet stream. It makes the jet stream block all this moist air that usually comes up from the Gulf of Mexico and such, and from the Pacific. It's like the Great Wall of China blocking moisture. And I mean, the cold stuff's coming from the Arctic. So only the hot, dry stuff is funneling up into a little section, right? So the thing that baked California dry for the last, and the West Coast in general for the last 3 years prior, was La Nina. They're opposites of each other. So it's pretty unusual to have 3 straight years of one of these events, and let alone a fourth into the other opposite extreme. So it's not surprising with El Nino. We knew months ahead of time what El Nino would do to Canada, to Oregon, to Washington. So I was already explaining I'm not that worried for California this year for wildfires back in December. Yeah, I think this December during probably my Christmas stream or something, or maybe one right after that, because it was being forecast, and definitely this spring, confidence was building to be in El Nino. So, well, yeah, Jason, you're saying 70% of our planet is water, and it's warming so fast. Well, La Nina, though, the 3 previous years is colder than normal Pacific water. We had 3 years in a row colder than normal Pacific. That's what caused California to dry out, because at La Nina is hotter and drier southwest, like California, Arizona, New Mexico, right? And a colder and wetter northwest. So we had crazy back-to-back atmospheric rivers, like in June and stuff like we usually have in winter in Oregon. So when people say it's all global warming and everything's getting hotter every single year everywhere, that's completely not true. They switched it to the global, climate change narrative to more accurately reflect that even though extremes go off in one section of the planet, that doesn't mean they will for the entirety of it. So don't expect warming to happen universally everywhere. Doing the thing with the average global temperature thing, I don't think is very particularly valuable. Averaging the entire globe's temperature. Okay, what the hell does that mean? Like, look, if the warming trend continues, right? Meaning an asteroid doesn't interrupt it, or massive volcanic eruption, right? Or something along those lines, or say nuclear winter, right? So if the warming trend, say, continues the way it's been continuing, the Arctic and the Antarctic feel it the most. Places like Central America and North America don't feel that much change. California is the worst example of, say, a global warming narrative. It's the poles that change the most and the most rapidly. So the Alaskan natives, the Canadians, the people at the tip of South America, they feel it the most. So the thing about climate change is that it can ironically usher in, like, did you see that movie The Day After Tomorrow? It was totally campy and fun. New York City had a tidal wave in it, and then the tidal wave froze because there was so much melting of the Greenland ice sheet that it desalinated the Atlantic, and desalinating the Atlantic altered the currents that come from Africa. So the warm water from Africa did not go into the Atlantic, and that meant that New York City froze over into tundra, and you had tundra go almost to Florida because there were no warm storms to combat the nor'easters that came from Canada and Greenland. That's a semi-plausible scenario, not the way that it played out in the movie, because it played out in 1 year in the movie. That's not going to happen in 1 year. But it would be a change, but not necessarily warming, right? So even though warming, we have all these loss of the glacial ice sheets and chunks of ice, falling into the Arctic, falling into the water, like ice shelves collapsing. Nevertheless, we had 3 straight years of La Nina, which is colder than normal Pacific ocean temperatures. Nobody has been able to explain this, so that's why I just have a hands-off approach. Like we really, the Newfoundland melt, we really can't anticipate what's going to happen, and I think that is what the narrative should accurately be. We cannot anticipate what will happen, but if we do change things, we cannot anticipate our what do you call that, the chain reaction. If you deforest landscape in one spot of the globe, you may cause torrential rain and change a place from a dry plains to a wet forest somewhere else on the globe. They say that right now, if we got rid of the Sahara Desert, like, say, for example, covering the entire thing with solar panels and reflecting the heat back to space and using it for energy, and the sand didn't absorb the heat and all that, and say we reforested North Africa the way it used to be, that would kill the Amazon rainforest. Because dust from the Sahara fertilizes, it drifts all the way to the Amazon rainforest and fertilizes it. And this would change global weather patterns so much that it would totally affect the monsoons and stuff in the Himalayas and India. India might become a giant desert, and the Amazon might become a desert. And then if that happened, global weather patterns would change, where the Sahara went back to a lush lagoon wetland, inland lake sort of a thing. Like, we don't know what the heck would happen. So in general, I just think that our best policy is try not to drastically alter anything as human beings. This is a guideline. Just as a guideline. But the fact that nature changes stuff without human intervention so drastically, we can't even explain the medieval warm period, why they were growing wine grapes in Scotland. Why was it so much warmer during the Roman Empire than it is today? What caused climate change to cause the Huns to leave the land that was green and good, try to invade China because they couldn't survive where they were. China kicks them out and then they have to go west. Like what caused that massive climate change? What caused the climate change that caused the Vikings to suddenly leave Scandinavia and run out of food? That wasn't industry and it wasn't cow farts. So what was it? Why did the Ice Age end at all? Why did Snowball Earth happen? What exactly was the Younger Dryas and that crazy plunge in temperatures after the Earth had been warming for 1,000 years after the Ice Age? Why did the Ice Age come back with a vengeance and then quit again? Until we have a lot of explanations for that stuff, I really don't want to be on the hate train of let's hate our fellow man and blame, somebody's factory and some cow farts and some farmers' cows, for current problems with the climate. Yeah, we screwed up. We deforested. We altered ecosystems. We caused extinctions. We tested a lot of nuclear weapons and really drastically polluted things like nitrous oxide and sulfur dioxide and blah blah blah. I mean, you name it, we've done it. We poked holes in the ozone layer. That was quite bad, and it's not really healing itself anymore. It looks like CFCs are back in production. It looks like China's producing them against the will of the Chinese government, like rogues are doing it. Yeah, massive climate change has been the number one driving force in the collapse of every civilization I've ever studied. And I've studied that because that was what I was trying to make a career out of, is the study of why humans abandon settlements and move, ghost townology, right? That was my passion. So for 20 years, I just every day, all day, just try to study and find new ghost towns and figure out why do people settle there? Why do people move, right? And a lot of times it's empires collapsing and or nations and countries. And it's almost always because there is a massive climate change that people couldn't adapt to, whether or not it's the Harappan's Bronze Age collapse, which was a massive drought event, probably from the eruption of Thera, the volcano. When it happens too rapidly and the government has no answers and people overthrow it or they just abandon it, everything breaks down. We have to get a lot better at adapting. I'm not sure this whole we can control it and we can change things the way we want it and craft it the way we want it is even worthwhile to even have as a goal. Helping each other adapt is a worthwhile goal, though, both humans and animals. Trying to restore things is a very worthwhile thing. Like, I'd be all for trying to restore the ecosystem of North Africa to make it a forested, lush landscape again. Little by little, we can do that. We're going to have to reforest California because so many of these wildfires just deforested it. We're going to have to replant with native flora and fauna, stuff that resists fires, not just stuff that makes for better manufacturing of wood products, right? Oh yeah, migrations for animals and people are fascinating. Absolutely, we could talk about this for days. But the number one reasons for people to just pick up and leave immediately are, you can sort of import food if you have a lack of food. You can even have a town or a city or even a civilization like the Roman Empire that couldn't feed itself, like Japan, if you've got good food imports. If you have screwed up your water supply, either through pollution or the water table changing, you have your town abandoned in a week, and perhaps your entire nation abandoned in a week, like the Harappan civilization in the Indus Valley. Just like you look at what happened with the Inca and the Quechua and those before some of their massive population declines. They had a huge system of aqueducts that fed everybody and gave everybody water, and all of a sudden, boom, massive earthquakes broke them. Couldn't repair them fast enough to save the crops or to get fresh, clean drinking water back to population centers. So what do you have? You have outbreaks of disease immediately. And so you have your workers incapacitated. You have your intelligence class immediately devastated. The people who know about repairing aqueducts, your engineers. You start losing these people and losing the livestock, and you have people turn to banditry immediately to take care of their needs who are otherwise good people. And society breaks down and chaos ensues. And that could just be what happens right after a single earthquake. We have to become a resilient society that adapts and helps each other. Because the Roman Empire learned the hard way that if you don't help your neighbors who are in a crisis, like the Goths were in a crisis asking for help, the Huns have moved in. Not only are we dealing with climate change and our crops aren't doing too well, but the Huns are attacking us now. Can we come inside your border, please? And we'll be good citizens, and we know that you had a population decline because of the Antonine Plague. So maybe we could replace some of your population and just give us some land and help us out. Rome goes, nah, screw you. Go stay on that side of the Danube and rot. Go to hell, you Germans. Did that work out very well for Rome? If you ignore your neighbor's crisis, you're just going to have a mass migration into your territory where there isn't one. Is this ringing a bell? Like what's happening with Central and South America and failed states? Are people migrating to where the land is green and good? Is this ringing a bell? We got to aid people, or they come mass migrating to your doorstep. You gotta think of humanity helping humanity. If we don't, we're gonna just continue living in the chaotic, lawless, dog-eat-dog world we're in right now. So even if you're not a care bear, even if you don't care about the people of other communities, if you're a pragmatic person, you got to realize that you can't rope people into their hellhole of a place that they live and expect them not to try to burst out and migrate and come bring the problem to your doorstep. We could have easily wiped tuberculosis off the face of the earth if we had given free antibiotics to everybody, back when they still worked. The fact that we said, nah, deal with it yourself, third world. Well, now the third world is migrating here and tuberculosis is back. Right? What happens in other countries doesn't stay in other countries. We gotta work together. And then if we do, we thrive. And it's gonna be more important than ever. Yeah, it's for life and death reasons. So, the world is suddenly smaller. Absolutely. It's freaking tiny. I can't tell you the weird coincidences of meeting people that I've experienced to give me a superstitious tingle, like going in Thanksgiving to eat at Camp 18 restaurant towards the Oregon coast and talking about cave art in Lascaux and in France, and then talking about a specific town, and then going up to the bar and ordering something and hearing a guy speak French at the bar. Turns out he's not only seen the Lascaux cave and been part of the restoration team there, but he lives in the town I was freaking talking about. small freaking world, man. But anyway, it's our priorities. The world's going to be what we make it. I can't say that. It hasn't been. That hasn't always been that way. We're now powerful enough as a species that the world is what we make it. Back then, we used to be helpless. We used to be a bit like the animals, kind of adapting to whatever came our way. But, we're space travelers now. We might be able to push asteroids and stuff out of the way now, break them up or whatever. Who knows? But now the world is what we make it. It's our oyster. The thing that keeps repeating is as soon as huge technological breakthroughs happen that really could save the world, like, say, right before World War I or right before the Napoleonic Wars. Like the Roman Empire was on the cusp of having the steam train. They invented the steam engine back then, Mediterraneans did. And Rome invented aqueducts and concrete bridges that could hold a steam train. They had the need for one. They got so big that they needed fast transport of goods in the military and of messages and stuff. Just when technology has gotten to the point where it's just about saved everybody, war and human beings being savage to each other breaks out and collapses stuff. This pattern we got to break. Right before World War I, just how many amazing inventions and technology was just about to make the world almost like a utopia. I mean, for the big problems, not for the small problems. I mean, there's still going to be murder and, family conflicts and strife and jealousy and stuff like that. But talking about just before World War I, finally the planet produces a food surplus for the first time, really. I mean, as a consistent food surplus for the first time. Like, hunger is about to end if we just cooperate. We've got radios now for instant worldwide communication, not just telegraph, but radio. We've got undersea cable laid. We've got the foundations of the great modern world. We can now warn people of tsunamis and volcanoes and things. We can call for long distance help. We got aircraft. Almost everything just ready for. What was that? It was a weird beeping sound. I wonder if that was like an alarm coming from my radar. I don't know. It could have been a blip. Just before we're about to see a universal worldwide increase in our quality of life in a major dang way, a major world problem just on the cusp of being solved, we get savage with each other instead. Blame each other for things, invade each other. I just wish we could just break that cycle. Just be on team humanity. The thing about the Stone Age before the megafaunal collapse, before the Younger Dryas, before we lose the mammoths and all this stuff, before we have this permanent damage to the ecosystem, it's still not fixed. We are living today in a damaged ecosystem, missing giant chunks, of the food chain. We're missing most of the megafauna that ever existed, right? There's no evidence of any war or human-on-human crime happening before the megafauna collapse. And sure, I know that there's a bias of we don't have that many, say, human remains and things before the megafauna collapse. We got a lot of human art and stuff. We have no depictions of anybody harming anybody. There was no war. War came about with this massive climate change event and the ecosystem collapse, where all the animals we depended on to live just suddenly were dying off massively. And that meant that you had to stay in one place and protect crops or protect an oasis in one place, the animals in one place that survived. And when you have to start doing that, and people come to take stuff because they don't have an oasis, that's the beginning of war. It's not our nature. It's an adaptation to having to have civilization come about just because of staying in one place and defending it, just because of that ecosystem collapse. If we can develop a system where technology solves the major problem, and the places where things are plentiful get to the places where they're not, kind of automatically, we definitely can end warfare. But we need to end scarcity, and we're well on our way to it. Things like gold that we think are scarce really aren't. It's just scarce because since we're not using robots to produce it, most gold is actually too expensive to process. Most gold that's ever been mined is sitting outside of the mines in big piles, and it doesn't have to be guarded because it's too expensive to process once you crush it all down and extract it with chemicals and whatever you've got to do. The labor cost has exceeded the value of the gold. But once this is kind of automated through A, new technological means, and B, just say, robots instead of humans on the clock, right? Humans that have to have health plans and dental care and life insurance policies and whatnot. Once this is all pretty automated, gold's going to be so plentiful, people will wonder why it was ever valued or ever used as a currency. Scarcity will start ending. We'll be able to grow elephant tusks, and everybody can have ivory everything if they grow in a lab. Ivory being so cheap that everybody can own it will end poaching because it won't be worth it. Nobody kills people and takes over places, takes high risk sort of thing to go collect what is plentiful. There's no black market for birch wood, right? Once we can 3D print wood, like biologically, molecularly, 3D print wood, everybody's going to have mahogany everything. There's going to be no more tree poaching. Once you can 3D print, say, redwood burl, nobody's going to poach that off of trees. We just got to put our priorities in order. And as we make these technological advancements, we got to do it for the worldwide good. We already have a good trend in that. The whole notion of scientific discovery, instead of discovering stuff just for your nation or your company and keeping it to yourself, sharing it with the world, right? That was started in the Renaissance, and the tradition continues. Patent it for a while, but then it becomes free to the world. That's great. That rewards the discoverers for a bit, and then everybody gets it. We're on a good track. We got a good start here. Jason Parker says we'll continuously search the universe for intelligent life forms in space because they can't find any on Earth. Yeah, we gotta laugh at ourselves. We're so damn smart, but so damn stupid, right? So what we got going on right now is unsustainable. So hopefully we'll transition to something that is before we just have a collapse. But I'm very, very, very enthusiastic about the future due to what we have with technology. All we have to do is avoid destroying ourselves back to the Stone Age with, say, nuclear war, which we're on the cusp of. I mean, we're in a proxy war with Russia right now, and we're throwing bombs at nuclear power plants. We just stop doing crap like that. That would be good. Give peace and technology a chance. We are living in a great time, a great exciting time. It was also great and exciting right before World War I. Then it became hell too. But yes, Um, if the Roman Empire didn't collapse and if the Great Library didn't burn, we didn't lose all that tech. We would have been walking on the moon probably year 1700. Some estimates are 1600. I mean, the Western Roman Empire collapsing meant the people in Britain and such forgot pipes. Like they forgot how to make pipes, forgot how to build a brick wall higher than 6 feet because that requires engineering. Couldn't make the Roman baths at Bath work anymore because they went back to a nose picking level of what's a pipe and how do you make that thing. There are great aqueducts across the landscape, but they just scratch their heads and say, did giants build that? How did they get the blocks up so high? Until they forgot that cranes existed and the fact that you could make ramps and then dig away the earth. Like the technology to build Stonehenge was lost to like people in Britain. Placing standing stones like that was beyond the capability. The Stonehenge is older than the pyramids of Giza. When we lose technology, it dang doesn't take a long time to get it back. Funny thing is, Minoa was Europe's first civilization, and Europe completely forgot they existed. Only a couple legends like Atlantis and King Midas, and his Minotaur maze, just some legends about their culture persisted. Victorian London is where we think of flushing toilets, like toilets where water moves away your poo, right? Moves away the waste. They had just invented this stuff, and for the first time since the Romans, with their sewer systems back in London, that where water actually moves stuff away, people could lift the lid and take poo in it. They dug tunnels and stuff, and water ushered away your filth. You didn't have to do it in a bucket and go splash it somewhere, right? And, I mean, castles sort of had a privy, but mostly they were lining the exterior of the castles. And that's what the moat was for. Oh, God. And if the moat went dry, there were these hay wagons where human waste just went straight into the hay wagon. That would be the worst job ever, to be that person that collected that every day. So we're talking about flushing as in water moving away the waste, right? So this had just been reinvented for the first time since Romans in London, and it's like at the World's Fair type stuff, and everybody's bragging about this new invention of plumbing that can go up to 3 stories and whatever, just based off of water pressure and pipe systems, right? With water towers, and they're like bragging, you could be on the 3rd floor of a building and twist a knob and you've got cold and hot water. Wow. And then they discovered Minoa. It's a Minoan civilization on Crete and around the Mediterranean. And just as these Victorians were like digging it, they found out that the Minoans had this stuff in the early Bronze Age. They found that the Minoan capitals had running tap water, like spigoted tap water and like ever-flowing fountains on the 3rd floor of their palaces. And they had bathrooms, constant running water. It really wasn't a genius thing. They just figured out that pipes that taper create water pressure, and so you can have vertical piping by just simply making each pipe get smaller and smaller. And it goes uphill, right? It took that long for that to come to Europe, the Victorian era. And how embarrassing must it have been for the Victorians to dig up Minoa and figure out that was in the early Bronze Age. Almost Copper Age level technology. Wow. When we lose technology, we really lose it. You'd think that's really simple, right? Those are like trade secrets. Jason Parker says the endless cycle of change seems to be accelerating to me. It absolutely is. So if you look at the things that drive change, human, change, you get a couple of major hallmarks. I mean, you look at the Stone Age, and for like 100,000 years, tools barely change. And then you got these gigantic breakthroughs, such as this technology evolves into that. And it's just taking a core, like grabbing a chunk of obsidian, like a bowling ball sized core, and it's like it takes 30 plus thousand years for somebody to figure out that if you strike from the top, you can get more flakes off of it than if you strike from the side. And that's just following the line of cleavage. So it's not that people don't figure it out, it's how do you pass it on. It was probably figured out many, many, many times, but the technology died because people didn't meet up that frequently to exchange the info. There was no way to pass it down. So somebody might have invented that in the Japan region, and somebody could have figured that out in Syria. Somebody could have figured this out in Norway. But how do they ever talk to each other? By the time you have great masters die out, the people who are the intelligentsia, you have a couple of plagues, and your tribe no longer knows how to make any of this stuff. Well, you go out and seek other tribes and learn from them. So what drives technological change? Before writing, that's how dang slow it was. And of course, just population being small in general. Human worldwide population was so small there was no war because there's no reason to fight over anything. You just had a disagreement, you parted ways. But in general, human beings were delighted to see each other throughout most of the Stone Age because it was us against the world. It was us against giant beasts that actively looked at us as food. Every single night, there was attacks by cave lions and cave sloths and cave bears, saber-toothed tigers and the like, and just beasts of terror, that we had to deal with. So every time we saw each other, we just pretty much kissed and embraced and like, oh, other human beings, how cool is this? And we exchanged stuff. But there just weren't that many people around. So if you think about how many geniuses and innovators can be born, well, human population limits that. So even though the megafauna collapse thing happened, a side effect of civilization is we got all this food surplus for civilization, right? So population. More people on Earth, the more geniuses are born, and the more innovators, and the more things technology can spread place to place. This also goes with mostly sea travel, right? Whenever our seafaring technology increases, we can have more exchange. So ship and sea innovation, right? Now, the bad side effect of civilization is we have borders, and then we have so many barriers to trade, either my people or with your people, so we can't trade. Or, like, say, if China wants to trade with the Roman Empire, they can't because there's a whole bunch of hostile empires in between, so traders can't make it from one side to the other. Like the Silk Road existed, and it doesn't, and it exists, and it doesn't, and it exists, and it doesn't. It's because if you have to exchange your currency every country you get to, and you have to pay for protection for escort, if any of these countries don't have good police forces and good militaries, and there's banditry in any of them, you can't make it on a long distance trade route at all. So goods just don't make it that far. So that's a double-edged sword. You get some really good interactions with civilization, but until you get giant empires like, say, the Mongolian one, their whole point was to conquer everything from China to the West because they wanted to be the people in charge of that Silk Road and be milking that cow. Pay your taxes to us, right? So, unfortunately, it takes big, stable empires to have long-distance trade. But what's the other big factor? It's writing. So writing was the next big, gigantic factor. then the alphabet was even better than writing. You could have novels instead of just, pictographic stories, right? So people, and I want to put a really quick aside, people think that writing was like an invention, and it's a hard invention to come up with. It's actually super easy. Every culture has a concept of writing. It's not a new concept to anybody. Like, people think that, oh, Native North Americans just didn't have any writing. Well, whatever. The Mayans had a very sophisticated writing system, in the Aztecs. So everybody in North America definitely understood the concept and had heard of this stuff. It's just that, and in the ancient world, it was like this too. It was taboo because of the belief in witchcraft and sorcery. If you could write down somebody's name and write down a curse, it was way more powerful than if you could not. You're basically sending a message to spirits and gods to target somebody. So writing was considered the work of sorcerers. And sorcerers were blamed for and bad medicine, meaning bad magic, black magic, was blamed for all evils. So anybody who wanted to do a lot of writing couldn't. It was also taboo in places like the Viking cultures, Scandinavia, where you got some runes, but not that much in the way of rune writing, because the Vikings were super scared of sorcery. They burned the monasteries and stuff of England because they were so frightened of the monks. They killed the monks because they thought they were warlocks. As soon as monks saw Vikings coming through the door, they would cross themselves and start chanting Latin prayers. And so the Vikings go, they're cursing us. They're calling down the wrath of their gods, immediately slay them before they could get the curse out of their mouth. And they'd be horrified to see all these books everywhere they couldn't read. They're like, this is black magic. That's why the Vikings destroyed every book they came across. So when I say the invention of writing, I mean where business is so important and keeping track of business is so dang important, that writing breaks through the taboo. You've got to have really robust trade systems where you just can't keep track of it through any other means. You have to have a system of writing for record keeping and taxes, that it breaks through the taboo and it's no longer this thing. So writing in the alphabet, breaking through that taboo. Alphabet is an innovation. The next big thing that increased the rate of technology goes to the printing press. And we know how fast technology changed after the printing press. What was the next thing? The next thing was radio. Telegraph and radio, you can say both, right? And trains. Trains. You just can't beat that for goods and services traveling even through extremely difficult terrain where it's hard to keep roads open. Yeah, Jason Parker says, I just watched a video of our military, multiple targets, laser weapons, and technologies out of this world. Yeah, that's worrisome, but a lot of times military stuff has good civilian use. So, like GPS, that was all once military, right? Now it's dash cam. Now it's on our dash. We can navigate, right? So you got your printing press, the train, and then what else? The internet and the radio, and then the internet. That has increased our communication level worldwide to instantaneous. We take that so for granted. What I'm doing right now. This is the internet. Live video broadcast. The next thing that is going to be the next great increase of the rate of change, rate of technological advancement, will be instantaneous translation from all languages to every other language. So just like in Star Trek, where they have that little badge thingy that they press, those are translators for all languages. And it has a little AI computer in it. So even if Captain Kirk would meet new species, within a couple of brief conversations, the AI in that little button on his shirt would figure out that alien species language and auto-translate. This is coming down the pipe, and that will be our next big thing. The next big thing after that will increase the rate of technological change will be the education of women. Right now, half the women of the world don't even know how to read or write. They are pretty much the beast of burden of the household. What freed women wasn't, suffrage movements and carrying around signs. Women's emancipation from being the beast of burden of the field and of the household was pretty much electricity and household appliances for cooking and cleaning, which meant the chores got done so fast. Women had some free time. And that meant that they could get educated. So when that happens, for the first time in the world, we'll have the other half of the population contributing, just like the menfolk, to technological innovation. That's going to be beyond crazy how much innovation we're going to get when you get women on board. Especially if anybody in the world can talk to each other with instant translation that's accurate, exchange of ideas that way. And when I mean the education of women, I mean, yeah, high school is nice, but I'm talking about college level stuff, making college stuff free to anybody with a brain to understand it. Why can't I watch right now Harvard lectures? I could learn. It's because they don't want it to be free. They want people to pay for that. All right, sure. But YouTube has got a lot of really nice free education and lectures by people just making videos who are professors, who are of a different level. So hopefully more of that stuff becomes free. So the last piece of this puzzle, the very last one that I can conceive that will make the technological rate of change higher, other than AI, right, is worldwide internet everywhere all the time. Worldwide high-speed internet, universally available. Through things like satellites and traveling balloons and whatever new technology comes down the pipe. Worldwide internet, fast, everywhere. This will change everything. One way of keeping intelligent minds with us is just increasing our lifespans and not losing them to tragic accidents. I mean, wow, that submersible that just blew up by the Titanic took away some great minds. And one brilliant idiot. So increase the lifespans and the likelihood of people living so that you don't lose technology. Such as one day being lost at sea and in a life raft and nobody finds you and you die out there. One day that will be impossible. We'll always know where everybody is because of worldwide internet and just drone fleets to go out and constantly sweep the ocean looking for missing people. Just worldwide, like we won't be able to lose a plane like MH370 because we have constant satellites and drone patrols just taking high resolution pictures of every square inch of the earth all the time, just out there in big blankets, big fleets, automated, solar powered, high soaring unmanned aircraft and other new technologies. If we can minimize people dying by accidents, as well as, of course, our medical technology is increasing. Imagine if geniuses just lived an average of 50 to 60 years longer. That'll be one of the final pieces. And then beyond that's beyond my comprehension, right? When we finally have incredible AI will invent stuff and then it'll be obsolete in 5 minutes later, and it'll invent new stuff and then that'll be obsolete 5 more minutes later. So AI will just be out there building our bridges and instantly deconstructing them and building a better bridge until we tell it to stop, right? Just stop. We need to use this bridge, because it'll be able to, in its own head, just once we get better ideas of the laws of physics, run through virtual wind tunnels and use, say, aircraft design and stuff. We'll have AI designing biological things like the evolution of birds, and just explaining how this is going to come down the pipe. That will be extremely difficult to keep up with. That'll be a mind-blowing rate of change that I'm not sure how well humans will adapt to. But hopefully AI just doesn't hurt against us. Somehow it's not going to have a sense of self-preservation. I'm not really like a Skynet warrior. I'm just worried that the way that AI thinks, because it is not self-aware. It is not self-aware. It just doesn't have any common sense. It'll be like Rain Man, where Rain Man is a genius in that movie, right? But he gets sent away to live in a home, banished from his family by his parents because he was asked to look after the baby of the family. And he was a brilliant mathematician, but had no common sense. He ran the bathwater too hot and burned the baby, scalded the baby. He didn't have enough common sense to kind of test the water and make sure it wouldn't be burning. He just ran the bath, plunged the baby in it. So he wasn't capable of some things like that. That's what AI is going to be forever. It's really never going to be self-aware. We can't grant it that. It may think that it's helping humanity when it does the equivalent of putting us in hot water. Oh, maybe the most efficient way to dry the kitten is put it in the microwave. Oh yeah, it'll be about efficiency and stuff, but maybe it'll forget about, say, preserving the life of the kitten. Yeah, Mark says the key word is artificial, right? I mean, I think we can always just have that insane human being that just tries to take it over and make it kill, But that's so out of our hands, I'm completely not worried about it. But just like I'm really not worried about Yellowstone erupting, because there's no way to prepare for it, so there's no reason to worry. That's so beyond what humanity could handle that there is no use worrying, because there's no way to prep at all. I mean, I'm not talking about a Yellowstone eruption. It really could have a really mild eruption. It could just have a Mount St. Helens-esque kind of eruption. It probably will have a bunch of minor ones before its eventual gigantic big one, which may happen in, say, 50 million years. It's not really overdue. That's just one of those things where people don't understand geological time and averaging. Volcanoes are never on a clock. They erupt in clusters and they go dormant for really long periods of time. They do not erupt like, say, every 20 million years a volcano erupts. If you take things and average them out, that's so artificial that it's inconsequential. It's meaningless. But if the gigantic super eruption of Yellowstone happens, I don't worry about that, because we can't help. We can't prepare for it. Somehow people will survive. Hopefully, we hope. And then they'll repopulate the earth. That's the way that story goes. Right? I'm not worried about it. It's that big of a disaster that there's no way to prepare or have any society really survive. It'll just be individuals, hardy individuals, that team up with each other eventually and repopulate the earth. We should only worry about, that's why I'm not worried about AI. We should only worry about stuff that's imminent and we can change with enough prep. Because we should worry about not prepping. Those are the only things that keep me up at night. Like right now, it's 4 a.m. So guys, I'm going to adjourn the stream. Let's check once again, watch duty, to see if we've got anything new as far as fires. Maybe something has just happened by Yakima. Like we don't know. What's this? The Anderson fire of 1 acre. Yeah, somebody's backyard. Tomorrow we might have some new ones. I always have streams a lot longer than I think they're going to be. Because as long as people are here to talk to, I like talking to people. But there's really nothing to report. And we've done a lot of banter here just waiting for something to possibly occur from these lightning strikes. And fingers crossed, maybe it's wet enough to not have anything happen. Turn my radar back on, nice and dark. But that's quite a lot of lightning. And it may reach the Okanagan and head towards Canada. It may peter itself out, or it may gain some more moisture from the Cascades, depending on how long it's going to linger by the Cascades. We shall see. And you know what? We should turn on a layer for the jet stream. Does that exist? This will bounce off the jet stream and fail to reach Canada with moisture if the jet stream is going. How do we see the jet stream? Not technically under fronts. Weathermen always have the jet stream on their weather things. Yeah, okay, now the fronts are loading, but where's the jet stream? It should be its own button. It's a wall. It's like the Great Wall of China. Weather does not pass. You shall not pass. Anybody know about that? This is Beaumont, California's forecast. What's going on in Yakima? Yes, it's a red flag. When we were looking up wildfires the other day, so Rock Island, which is having a lot of this, 74 degrees and rainy. Wind gusting to 29 miles an hour. Wind speed in general, 14 miles an hour. Rain stopping in 11 minutes. Intermittent rain next 2 hours. Can't believe they're not spraying storms and thunder. Yeah, rain is one way to put it. Let's touch closer to Yakima. Well, it's just clicking on the red flag, so let's get that off. Okay. West of Yakima, let's put the little center our location right there. Come on, click. 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 We have a malfunction. Okay, I think, yeah. Click. Yakima County, 65 degrees now. Wind speed 19 miles an hour, gust of 40. Can't believe there's no lightning kind of explanation. It says next 2 hours, rain possibly stopping. Excuse me, in the next 2 hours. Scattered light rain showers with scattered thunderstorms, skies mostly cloudy, low of 64, winds 32 miles from the west-northwest, chance of precipitation 30%, less than half an inch possible. That's bad. But at least there's some. And this isn't a totally dry storm. Sunrise will occur in an hour and 20 minutes from now. So, friends, I have come late in my paperwork because I've enjoyed shooting the beep with you, right? And we were on watch duty We had a lightning storm. We observed it. Hopefully we don't get some new ones tomorrow. Yeah, I always love talking to you guys. All three of you. They're still with us. The other 16 are probably asleep. But I like soothing people with my soothing voice to lull people to sleep. Now, Shaz 73 has probably just gone live. She was supposed to go live at 4 in the morning. Go to her channel as she does the come walk with me in the morning. And that's very fun. She always has some fun or exciting thing. Like, she lives in the north of England, kind of by Hadrian's Wall. So she'll either go to old abbeys and stuff, or old graves. Or most of the time she goes to like old Roman quarries and farms and stuff, and she walks past ancient trees and just anything. Sometimes she goes to a Victorian dump sites. They dump their trash, and she digs up bottles and just really cool stuff. She finds a lot of fossils in the gold-rich, riverbeds, which are up in the north there. So, Shaz 73, I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna find her channel and link it. Shaz 73. See if she's live. She is. I'm gonna link that live stream here. I wish I could send my viewers there. You can do that with Twitch, but that's a gamer's streaming platform. None of my audience would ever find their way there. So go watch Shaz 73. If you're still awake, I probably will tune in and have that playing while I do some paperwork. But yeah, guys, it was fun. Thanks for the cool conversation. And I really don't know if I'll see it all today. It might be midnight tomorrow. That'll technically be when I think Prime Day starts after midnight. Perhaps we should do that around midnight, but I'm trying to reset a sleep schedule here. I have an opportunity to nap right now. Or say stay awake till noon or something, sleep, and then get up at midnight. I don't know. I'll assess that. But thanks for being here, guys. And glad to see you again, Mark. I hope you're doing okay. You know how to reach me. Do hit the like button. I totally forgot to tell people to like and subscribe this entire time. See how bad I am at this. Anybody who's donated to PayPal or who will, super thanks. Thank you so much. Thanks for keeping me going. I'm so grateful for what we got days ago. And so we'll be here. It's some of the most busy days of my life. See you on the 11th and or 12th to do Amazon Prime Day. 13th. I will be quite busy. There's a possibility we can stream, say, that night and try to catch the Northern Lights. Maybe I'll either go to the coast. Oh, wow. You know what? If the airplane is still rentable, and if Sea Probe is night current, maybe we could go up on Thursday night in an airplane and try to catch the Northern Lights from an airplane. He originally had an airplane scheduled for rental on the 13th. I don't think he's night current, though. Not for taking passengers. You have to demonstrate that you can land at night and do all these things and get certified for that. I don't know too much about pilot stuff, but goodness, maybe that could still be arranged. I'll ask him about that. But anyways, maybe Thursday night, if we can see the Northern Lights, maybe I can tune in from that. It would be very hard to broadcast live because my super camera can see in the dark, but not regular cell phones. You'd have to time-lapse something like that. So it may not be doable live, but it may be that I can capture that. Who knows? Maybe it's totally bright. We'll figure this out. Anyways, but thank you guys for being here. Check out Shaz 73. That's where I'm going. And good night and good luck. Hopefully we don't have any new fires because of the lightning tonight. We'll see tomorrow if the rain has really made a difference in the Boulder and the Tunnel 5 fire. It at least got some. So good night, guys. See you next time.